Chapter 181A 10/90th Split, The Spirit Hall's Overbearing Nature. Several days later, the Dragon and Snake family. Since being targeted by Lei Zhen, the Dragon and Snake clan's situation has been deteriorating. Without the mines as a stable source of income, the Dragon and Snake family, consisting of over 100 people, lived a very frugal life. Just when Meng Shu was at his wit's end, the Spirit Hall took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. That day, Meng Shu suddenly sensed two powerful auras approaching the heart of his clan. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he immediately summoned Chao Tianxiang to confront them. When Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo arrived, he did not deliberately conceal himself, otherwise, Meng Shu, with his strength, would not have been able to detect the two of them. Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, we have no past grievances or recent enmity, so why have you come to my family? Meng Shu's expression was solemn, and he gripped the dragon staff with his right hand, applying even more force. Chao Tianxiang's face was equally pale. After being suppressed by Lei Zhen, they immediately came to their senses. In the past, the Dragon Snake clan had long since risen to prominence and never took the Spirit Hall of Barak City seriously. Now that they're falling from grace, everyone's kicking them while they're down. Could it be that the assistant instructor of the Barak Spirit Hall invited the Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo? The martial soul fusion skill of the peerless dragon and snake couple is said to be able to contend with a titled Douluo powerhouse, but that's just a claim. In a battle against a true titled Douluo powerhouse, their weaknesses are obvious, not to mention that Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo are among the best of the titled Douluo. Please don't be nervous, you two. We are here on behalf of the Papal Palace. Chrysanthemum Douluo's figure was alluring, and her tone was full of sarcasm. Meng Shu felt somewhat relieved. At least they hadn't offended Pope Bibidong, and the papacy wouldn't send two titled Douluos to harm them. Since there was room for negotiation, Meng Shu naturally wouldn't maintain a hardline stance. Your Excellencies, what are your Holiness's plans? If we can offer any assistance within our capabilities, my Dragon Snake family will certainly not refuse. Meng Shu clasped his hands in a fist salute. Ghost Douluo chuckled sinisterly. Meng Shu, is this how your Dragon Snake clan treats its guests? Meng Shu dared not be negligent and quickly gestured for them to enter, leading the two titled Douluo to the family's reception room and serving them fine tea. Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo had no interest in the impoverished Dragon and Snake clan, he was only here to carry out Bibidong's mission. On the mainland, besides Qin Yuan, the only other couple who possessed the combat power of a titled Douluo at the Soul Douluo stage are the peerless Dragon and Snake couple. Although the strength of Meng and Shu may have been exaggerated, their confidence in being able to contend with a titled Douluo-level powerhouse proves that their strength is beyond that of ordinary Soul Douluos. According to Bibidong's idea, the main force for exploring the secret realm should be the Contra Douluo powerhouses, and the peerless Dragon and Snake couple just meet the requirements. Meng Shu, we won't hide anything. Our arrival here brings a tremendous opportunity to your Dragon Snake clan. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you, Chrysanthemum Douluo said bluntly. Faced with Lei Zhen's relentless pressure, Meng Shu was already exhausted. At this moment, if he could handle the matter of the Spirit Hall well and obtain some protection from Pope Bibidong, the crisis facing his family might be resolved. Of course, Meng Shu was arrogant and unwilling to submit to any power, otherwise, with the strength of him and his wife, they would have long been honored guests of the three upper sects. His work for the Papal Palace was more about using one power to devour another. After a pause, Chrysanthemum Douluo continued, our Spirit Hall has discovered an undeveloped secret realm. However, this secret realm is jointly controlled by our Spirit Hall and the two great empires, and there are strict restrictions on the strong who can enter it. You two are just right. If you are willing to work for my Spirit Hall, you will be granted the right to explore inside. Of course, 90% of the treasures you obtain must be handed over to my Spirit Hall, and the remaining 10% will be your reward. Upon hearing this, Meng Shu's face immediately darkened. Unknown secret realms are often accompanied by unknown risks. Even for a powerful Soul Douluo, the chances of perishing are extremely high. To receive only 10% of the treasures from such a dangerous place is far too stingy of the Spirit Hall. Of course, Meng Shu wouldn't dare to play tricks in front of the Spirit Hall. The 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Heaven Do Empire only asked Qin Yuan to hand over 10% of his share. The remaining 50% would be exchanged with Qin yuan in exchange for treasures of equal value. However, they would not investigate Qin yuan's soul tool. Therefore, how many treasures are acquired is entirely up to Qin yuan. But the Spirit Hall is different. Over the years, under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall has acted with unparalleled arrogance. The fact that they dared to make this demand suggests that the Spirit Hall's powerful members would likely inspect the couple's soul tools afterward, finding nothing to hide. However, if they do not accept the Spirit Hall's proposal and incur Bibi Dong's wrath, the Dragon and Snake clan's situation will only become more difficult. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo was clearly not a patient person. Seeing Meng Shu and his wife whispering to each other, he urged, "Our patience is limited. You only have the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to think. We won't wait for you after that. Meng Shu, you are a smart man. There are not many truly talented juniors in your Dragon Snake clan. Even if it is only a tenth of the share, with your and your husband's strength, you can still get a lot of resources. Who knows, you, Meng Shu, might even have a chance to reach the tidal Douluo realm." The suggestion to use Soul Douluo level powerhouses as the main force was already disadvantageous to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong insisted on this largely because the alliance between Heaven Do and Star Luo made it difficult for the Spirit Hall to take a strong stance. Secondly, and most importantly, allowing tidal Douluo level powerhouses to enter means they'll hoard any treasures they acquire and won't hand them over. Without these treasures, how will Bibi Dong win over the many powerful members of the Elder Council? That's why she proposed such a harsh profit-sharing ratio. Of course, the forces that were approached by Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo had no right to refuse. Finally, Meng Shu sighed and accepted Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo's invitation. After Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo left, Meng Shu looked helpless. "Old woman, if we want to maximize our profits, we can only use the resources we get our hands on in the secret realm. Only by consuming them can we prevent the Spirit Hall from taking them away later." His idea was good, but its execution was quite different. Entering the secret realm would inevitably lead to a chaotic battleground, and given the couple's strength, they would certainly be the first targets of focused attacks. They'd be too busy dealing with everything to even consider acquiring treasures. Chao Tianxiang said with a heavy expression, "Old man, we can only take it one step at a time. If the Spirit Hall truly considers us one of their own, what's wrong with giving them 90%? If you only see us as tools, we have other options. Perhaps we can temporarily entrust the treasure to another faction, to someone who gets a higher share. That way, we can get more resources after we get out." Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo not only sought out the Dragon and Snake families, but also the sect leaders of the 4 lower sects. Of course, the leaders of the 4 lower sects had secretly pledged allegiance to Bibi Dong, but the outside world was unaware of this. This is merely an exploration of the secret realm, not a confrontation, so of course we won't expose ourselves. The lower 4 sects, under the guise of collaborative development, are actually in cahoots with the Spirit Hall. Chapter 182 Qinming is in trouble. Time flies. News of the secret realm quickly spread across the continent, and powerful figures from various factions eagerly sought to join the ranks of the 3 major powers, hoping to gain certain benefits after traversing the secret realm. Of course, the matter of the secret realm is of great importance and is only circulated among soul saints and above. Lower-level soul masters of major forces might know about it, but soul masters of smaller forces would have no way of knowing. Shrek Academy has already departed from Soto City, and it will be nearly a month before they arrive in Heaven Do City. Although Flander and Zhao Wuji are soul saint level experts, they are unaware of the secret realm. Similarly, they had no idea what kind of trouble Qinming was currently facing. More than a month had passed since Du Guyan and the rest of the royal fighting team returned to the academy, and Qinming finally returned. It wasn't that Qinming deliberately delayed on the road, but rather that after Yi Tianxin spoke, many people on the mainland were openly or secretly targeting Qinming, making his journey arduous. Fortunately, Yi Tianxin did not issue a kill order. Those forces only blocked Qinming's path and caused him trouble, but did not kill him. Qinming himself was completely unaware of this, only feeling that he was unlucky and had just encountered a few mad dogs. At the foot of the mountain, Qinming looked up at the gate of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and felt a great sense of relief. Finally back. Hopefully, this month hasn't delayed the team's training. As the team leader, Qin Ming hadn't forgotten his responsibilities. Of course, he was also well aware that his current status in the academy was due to his role as the team leader of the royal fighting team. In any case, he cannot lose his current position, otherwise his influence in the academy will be greatly reduced. On the way up the mountain, Qin Ming clearly felt that the teachers and students around him were looking at him with a hint of mockery. Qin Ming had a bad feeling and quickened his pace. Shortly after, inside the education committee, when Qin Ming returned, Meng Shenji remained expressionless. He didn't even ask any questions, but simply watched Qin Ming quietly. Qin Ming assumed that Meng Shenji was dissatisfied with his lateness, so he immediately explained, "Chief, I have encountered a lot of trouble along the way. I don't know what those families are trying to do. They just block my way whenever they see me." As he spoke, he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Fortunately, we gained a lot from this training trip, and I also recruited a group of outstanding students for the academy." Meng Shenji remained silent, maintaining his indifferent attitude. Qin Ming didn't care. He was certain that once he mentioned recruiting junior students from Shrek Academy, Meng Shenji would change his opinion of him. And so, without any hesitation, he spoke about recruiting Shrek Academy and the talents of Tang San and the others. Having worked in education for many years, Meng Shenji knew what Tang San and others' talents meant. However, this is the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, and whether or not to recruit students depends on the underlying political factors. Qin Ming actively protected the Shrek Academy students and also exposed his abnormal relationship with Shrek Academy. The Royal Fighting Team 2 currently only has 3 members. Having an additional team would definitely increase the chances of the Royal Fighting Academy winning the championship. However, all forces are currently focused on the Secret Realm, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is only temporarily not interested. Once the initial exploration of the Secret Realm is complete, Ning Fengji will likely step in to form the Royal Fighting Team 2. Qin Ming actually generously promised the spot in the Royal Fighting Team 2 to an outsider. Does he really think Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is easy to talk to? Meng Shenji slightly raised his head and painfully closed his eyes. If Qin Ming had returned and immediately admitted his mistakes, Meng Shenji would have spared his life no matter what. But now, Qin Ming has been corrupted by the lust for power, believing himself to be the protagonist of the world. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have placed Qin Ming in a core position. Without the right character, he could never become a true powerhouse. Meng Shenji didn't speak, but gently patted Qin Ming's shoulder, then waved his hand, signaling Qin Ming to leave the education committee. Du Gubo and Yi Tianxin already knew about Qin Ming's return. At this moment, Prince Shuexing, accompanied by his personal guards, was blocking the entrance to the education committee. Qin Ming's performance was so disappointing that Meng Shenji had no intention of saving his life. Qin Ming still doesn't know what happened, and since he usually looks down on everyone in the academy, no one has informed him. Just like that, Qin Ming walked out of the education committee in a daze, and was instantly locked onto by Du Gubo's soul pressure and taken away by Prince Shuexing's guards. During this time, Qin Ming tried to shout for help, hoping that Meng Shenji and the other 2 education committee members could come forward to help him out of the predicament. Unfortunately, the 3 education committee members were already extremely disappointed with his performance, and the pressure from Lei Zhen and Du Gubo was too great for them to show up. For the sake of their own careers, the 3 education commissioners naturally chose to sacrifice their own friends rather than themselves. Qin Yuan's small courtyard. Lei Zhen arrived in a hurry and conveyed to Qin Yuan the results of the negotiations between the Empire and the Spirit Hall. "Fourth brother, the negotiations went smoothly, just as we had anticipated. This time, Seoul Douluo level experts will be the main force exploring the Secret Realm. Title Douluo level experts from various forces can only wait and provide support on the periphery. By the way, just now, Qin Ming returned to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. My eldest and second eldest brothers will treat him well. In my opinion, Qin Ming is doomed." Lei Zhen was somewhat gloating. Qin Ming has become far too arrogant after gaining power beyond his actual capabilities. This time, let's treat it as a lesson for Qin Ming, and hopefully he'll be more low-key in his next life. Qin Yuan didn't care about Qin Ming. The 2 only share the same surname, they have had no contact with each other and are not related by blood. After a pause, Qin Yuan continued, we've also gathered some intelligence. We've heard that the 4 lower sects, as well as the Dragon and Snake clan, will become allies of the Spirit Hall in this secret realm exploration. The small shop opened a branch, and since the people affiliated with them were all sorts of people from all walks of life, it wasn't difficult for them to know this information, which wasn't exactly confidential. Lei Meng gave an affirmative answer, then added, this time, the Star Luo Empire has been keeping a low profile, but we still have to be wary. Inviting the wolf into the house may have temporarily stopped the Spirit Hall from coveting the treasures of the secret realm, but driving the wolf away is not an easy task. The Star Luo Empire has been keeping such a low profile that no one knows what methods they have prepared behind the scenes. Lei Zhen patted Qin Yuan's shoulder and urged, fourth brother, get ready. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Also, you'll be leading the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's expedition team to explore the secret realm this time. Aren't the experts from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School going? Qin Yuan asked. Lei Zhen shrugged. I don't know what they're thinking. They didn't send Swordbone Douluo this time, maybe they have other plans. But don't worry about them. We're allies with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School this time exploring the secret realm, so even if they have other ideas, it won't affect us. Chapter 183 The Mysterious Guest of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School welcomed a mysterious guest. This wasn't the first time a mystery guest had visited, but this time the guest was of much greater importance. To maintain secrecy, the meeting took place in Ning Fengji's study. Swordbone Douluo guarded the outside of the study, prohibiting anyone from approaching or spying in any form. I didn't expect it to be you who came. Ning Fengji's smile vanished, replaced by solemnity and seriousness. I presume sect leader Ning is already aware of my proposal, so I will not keep you in suspense any longer. The mysterious man in black robes did not remove his veil, maintaining his air of mystery. As long as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School agrees to assist the Star Luo Empire's team, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will receive 40% of the opportunities and treasures, and we will receive 60%. Ning Fengji shook his head. Impossible. You should know our relationship with the Heaven Do royal family. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would never betray the Heaven Do Empire. The mysterious man in black robes was not annoyed. He picked up his teacup, took a small sip, licked his dry lips, and said with a half-smile, Sect leader Ning is a smart man. What if we add any extra conditions? For example, Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes slightly. The mysterious figure dipped his finger in tea and drew an outline of the Douluo continent and the border between the 2 great empires on Ning Fengji's desk. Then, he drew a circle, encompassing the entire territory of the Star Luo Empire. I've heard that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a renowned gem merchant on the continent. So, Sect Master Ning, would you be interested in opening up the entire Star Luo Empire's gem business to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? The gemstone business has always been a highly profitable industry. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School earns a lot of gold soul coins every year within the Heaven Do Empire, just by relying on this industry. If the Star Luo Empire market were opened up, the profits would be unimaginable. Of course, Ning Fengji was not blinded by profit. He asked in a deep voice, your conditions are not that simple. What additional conditions are there? The mysterious man in black robes laughed heartily. Sect Master Ning is indeed cautious and admirable. However, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is, after all, a supporter of the Heavenly Do royal family. My Star Luo Empire cannot completely trust you. Your gemstone business within the Star Luo Empire must have half of the shares held by my Star Luo Imperial merchants. Of course, this is not to take advantage of you for nothing. If any trouble arises in your gem business within the Star Luo Empire, my Star Luo Imperial Merchants Association will step in to resolve it for you. You just need to focus on doing good business and making profits. The Star Luo Empire had long wanted to get into the gemstone business, but it was fraught with uncertainties such as counterfeits and high premiums, and the pricing power was controlled by others, so the Star Luo Imperial merchants lost money almost every time they tried. This collaboration with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on a gemstone business, in exchange for a share of the Secret Realm's treasures, can be considered a win-win situation. As expected of the Lord of Xingluo, I admire your magnanimity. Ning Fengji took out a piece of special contract paper from the drawer. If there are no problems, we will draft the contract immediately. We can add the specific details after we discuss them in detail. The mysterious man in black robes nodded in confirmation. Sect Master Ning is so generous, then so be it. Outside the study, Ji Yurong and Jian Dao Chen Xin were also communicating telepathically. Old swordsman, if Fengji agrees to the Star Luo Empire's conditions, how will our 7 treasure glazed tile school position itself in the Heaven Do Empire? Ji Yurong asked casually. Sword Dao Chenxin shrugged. 80% of the treasures in this secret realm already belong to the Heaven Do Empire. Fengji agreed to the Star Luo Empire's conditions simply to secure more benefits for the sect. As long as we stay aligned with the Heavenly Do Empire on the general direction, there will be no problem. Moreover, the Heavenly Do royal family is not without spies within the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Did that person really think no one noticed that he traveled across most of the continent to come to Heavenly Do City? It was just a tacit approval. Ji Yurong nodded. Yes, the spirit hall is powerful. The Heaven Do Empire can only contend with it by cooperating with the Star Luo Empire. Perhaps this is a tentative cooperation. In the northwestern part of the Heaven Do Empire, in a desolate wasteland rarely visited by humans, powerful figures from various forces have gathered. The 4 lower sects, including the Elephant Armor sect and the Holy Dragon sect, mobilized almost their entire forces. In addition to the sect leaders and elders, there were also many Soul Emperor level experts from their sects. The Spirit Hall's lineup was even more impressive, with a team led by 3 title Douluos and 10 high-level Soul Douluos, and several peak Soul Saints assisting them. This move seems to indicate that they intend to empty the entire secret realm. In comparison, the teams from the Heavenly Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire appeared exceptionally meager. The Heaven Do Empire only sent Lei Zhen as commander-in-chief. He was a titled Douluo powerhouse and could only provide support from the outside. The remaining Soul Douluo powerhouses were Ji Lin, Bai Baoshan, and Marshal Zhe Long of the Empire. Apart from that, only the ordinary soldiers who originally guarded the area remained, making the situation extremely meager. The 7 treasure glazed tile school sent even fewer experts, only Ning Bao, who seemed to be there just to make up the numbers. However, Qin Yuan did not believe that the 7 treasure glazed tile school had given up on this secret realm competition. On his way here, he noticed the spies that the 7 treasure glazed tile school had planted along the way, and even sensed the aura of Sword Douluo. There's a high probability that the 7 treasure glazed tile school is planning to ambush and kill the powerful figures from the 4 lower sects. In recent years, the behavior of the 4 lower sects has become increasingly eccentric, and there have been many frictions between the 7 treasure glazed tile school and them. It's quite normal to use this as a lesson to teach the 4 sects a lesson. Of course, this was just Qin Yuan's guess, he didn't know the truth. As for the Star Luo Empire, not a single person has been seen yet. Lei Zhen and Qin Yuan stood at the front of the group, communicating telepathically. Lei Zhen said, the newly developed secret realm is of unknown danger. Moreover, it doesn't mean that sending people in will guarantee they can take all the treasures. The upcoming battle is the key. Qin Yuan asked with slight concern, is there a problem with the personnel configuration of the Heavenly Do Empire? In a chaotic battle, the side with more people often has the advantage. The Spirit Hall is currently pressing in with a large army, and the Star Luo Empire's experts are still lurking in the shadows. No matter how you look at it, this is not a favorable situation for the Heaven Do Empire. However, Qin Yuan wasn't too worried. If a major battle really broke out, it would be a battlefield for title Douluos, and Soul Saints and Soul Douluos wouldn't have a chance to participate. The Spirit Hall's side was led by Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and Demon Bear Douluo, who both stepped forward and approached Lei Zhen. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo were surprised by Qin Yuan's appearance, but they didn't think much of it. Their mission was simply to receive the powerful figures from the Spirit Hall who were escaping with their treasures, that was all. The rest was none of their concern. Now that everyone is here, let's not wait any longer. The experts from the Star Luo Empire can come or not, it's up to them. We don't need to be modest, let's enter the secret realm together, how about it? Chrysanthemum Douluo suggested. Lei Zhen nodded. Why not? As he spoke, he gave a few instructions to the several Soul Douluo powerhouses behind him. Chapter 184 The Spirit Hall That Doesn't Follow the Rules. The Heaven Do Empire's team is small in number, but each member possesses the strength of a soul Douluo. Sending a large force into an unknown secret realm is purely for filling in the gaps, accompanied by huge sacrifices, but the gains are considerable. Having fewer people has its advantages. They can act more discreetly and are less likely to be detected by outsiders. As agreed beforehand, Qin Yuan was to command all 4 Soul Douluo powerhouses on the side of the Heaven Do Empire. With both sides ready, they officially set off to enter the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is a narrow path that allows 2 people to pass side by side. This place was originally covered by a huge rock. If it weren't for Meng Shenji's sudden inspiration, probably no one would have noticed that there was a new spatial passage here. Qin Yuan took the lead and entered the spatial passage together with the Soul Douluo powerhouses from the Spirit Hall. A soft, milky white light enveloped Qin Yuan's body, and he could clearly sense the fluctuations in space. Normally, passing through a portal would cause intense dizziness, but the spatial fluctuations here are very gentle, without any discomfort. When Qin Yuan came to his senses, he had already entered the secret realm and was now standing on a muddy patch of ground. Looking up, a clear sky came into view, and the fresh scent of rain filled the air. Meng Shenji had entered the secret realm and had done some basic exploration of it, so Qin Yuan had a certain understanding of it. There is no fluctuation of soul power in the air, so the creator of this secret realm is probably not a powerful figure in the history of Douluo continent. Qin Yuan made a judgment in his mind. The absence of soul power in the air means that the Han Hai Jing has become ineffective. The power of the Han Hai Jing lies in absorbing the soul power in the surrounding air and quickly converting it into its own. But there is no soul power here, so how can the Han Hai Jing absorb it? Therefore, if he faces any trouble, whether minor or major, Qin Yuan cannot act rashly. With the help of the Han Hai Jing, the quality of his soul power far surpasses that of any Soul Douluo powerhouse, but his many powerful attack methods all require the support of a massive amount of soul power. After that, unless he encountered an extraordinary opportunity, he would never waste even a tiny bit of his soul power in order to maintain his competitiveness. After calming himself down, Qin Yuan looked around. Before long, they found Golong and the others, and gathered the Heavenly Do Empire's forces together. The Spirit Hall and its many allies have sent a considerable number of people, and it will take some time to assemble a team. We have a simple route map provided by Chief Dream Machine, so we can prioritize exploring the surrounding area. It was Bai Baoshan who spoke. Meng Shenji did not come this time. Firstly, because he retreated while exploring the secret realm. The royal family, knowing his fear of death, granted his wish. Secondly, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy is in complete disarray. Qin Ming has been harming the Royal Do team for a long time, and there is an urgent need to eliminate the negative influence he has had on the team. Meng Shenji needs to stay at the academy to atone for his mistakes, not come here to take risks. Of course, the map that Meng Shenji had previously explored was only known to the Heavenly Do Empire. After that, no one else entered the secret realm, and Qin Yuan and his group gained the upper hand. Bai Baoshan, you are a defensive type soul master. You can save your life immediately when encountering danger. Why don't you lead the way? Committee member Jilin is a control type soul master, so he'll be standing in the middle of the group, ready to provide support at any time. I'll be following beside committee member Bai Baoshan, so I can step in immediately if we encounter any trouble. Elder Ning Bao and Marshal Zhe Long, you are both offensive type soul masters, so you will cover the rear. Qin Yuan's arrangement was conventional, representing a typical team lineup. Everyone is an ally, and only through cooperation can we seize opportunities, so no one opposes him. The group of 5 moved forward slowly, completely unaware of what was happening behind them. The Spirit Hall and its allies stopped here to regroup, but more importantly, they waited for an opportunity to unleash their secret weapon. Under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall has always acted without following the rules, especially when it comes to great opportunities like the secret realm. The 2 Soul Douluo powerhouses at the head opened the treasure pouches hanging from their waists, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Elder Ghost Leopard, Elder Spirit Kite. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo were relatively junior members of the Elders' Hall. After Bibi Dong promised them huge benefits, the two cooperated with Bibi Dong's actions. On the surface, the titled Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Hall were indeed outside the secret realm, but in reality, the two elders had entered the treasure pouch long ago and would reappear after arriving at the secret realm. The magic bag was designed to hold living creatures, and Bibi Dong got the idea for this from Qin Yuan. The interior of the treasure pouch is really cramped, it's much more comfortable outside. I wonder if I'll have to shrink back into it when I get out. Ling Yuan Douluo stretched, determined to succeed in this exploration of the secret realm. Ghost Leopard Douluo's expression was cold and stern as he calmly said, "That's not necessary. We'll be exposed sooner or later when facing the powerhouses of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Now that we're here, we're prepared to be exposed. We just need to fulfill His Holiness the Pope's instructions, and the rest will be handled by others." While inside the treasure pouch, Ghost Leopard Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo were unaware of what had happened before entering the secret realm. Several powerful Soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall quickly informed them. How could Qin Yuan know about the Spirit Hall's plans? At this moment, he and his men had already gone quite far ahead. After observing along the way, it became clear that this secret realm was a tropical rainforest environment. The deeper one went, the more swamps and mudflats one encountered, and also many wild animals. However, the beasts here are not spirit beasts, but simply wild animals without any cultivation. With Qin Yuan and his group's strength, they have been traveling smoothly without encountering any danger. After a short while, the 5 people stopped in front of a cliff. The route map recorded by Chief Dream Strategist ends here. According to him, if we go any further, we will encounter even more powerful creatures. According to the calculations of the Imperial scholars, the forest environment here is roughly the same as the Star Do Great Forest, with a progressively layered structure. The deeper we go, the stronger the beasts we encounter become. As for opportunities, we don't yet know in what form they will exist, Bai Baoshan said. An opportunity might be a stone tablet with inscribed cultivation techniques, or it might be an inconspicuous bamboo slip that greatly aids a soul master's cultivation. In any case, everyone paid close attention to the situation in the places they passed along the way. If we have to pinpoint a stroke of luck, it was only because Qin Yuan found a medicinal herb with excellent healing properties. Qin Yuan pointed down the mountain and said, "There might be unknown risks in the air. Don't fly blindly. Take a rapid descent strategy and go down first." With Jilin, a plant-type soul master, in the team, they didn't need to prepare ropes. When Jilin extended the ivy down the cliff, the group quickly descended along the plant cableway he had built. During this time, Qin Yuan stopped and lightly touched the black scratches on the cliff face with his finger, his expression slightly somber. Without saying a word, he quickly descended to the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 185. Someone beat them to it, they were too far away to reach them. Upon landing, Qin Yuan immediately began searching for something nearby. Because it rains frequently in the forest, the marks on the ground have been washed away many times, and some marks are no longer obvious. Only after everyone had landed safely did they notice Qin Yuan's actions. "Mr. Qin, have you made any discoveries?" Ning Bao asked. Qin Yuan held up 2 fingers to Ning Bao's nose. Ning Bao sniffed and said, "It smells like burnt cowhide." "What's wrong with that?" Qin Yuan said in a deep voice. "The cliff we just came down from is almost vertical to the ground. Cattle and other wild animals are very heavy. Even if they fall off a cliff, it is impossible for them to just graze the cliff face, let alone be scratched by the concave surface of the cliff. The marks are clearly left by leather shoes. I was the first to descend. The embers left after the leather was rubbed couldn't have been left by us. We set off to explore faster than the Spirit Hall experts, so no one could have surpassed us within our sight." Everyone immediately realized what was happening. Someone beat them to it. Marshal Golong shook his head repeatedly. "Impossible. I was the first to lead troops to the secret realm, followed by the Spirit Hall's army. We have been in a stalemate, and neither of us could have entered the secret realm first." As for Chief Dream Machine Officer, no one was found to have followed him after he left. Ji Lin speculated, the Star Luo Empire has always kept a very low profile. Could it be that they have discovered other entrances to the secret realm? Bai Baoshan shook his head. "It's unlikely. The Heaven Do Empire, the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, and even the spirit hall all have secret networks within the Star Luo dynasty. If the Star Luo Empire had truly discovered other entrances to the secret realm, we in the spirit hall should have known long ago. It's impossible that we've been completely silent until now. Could it be that humans already lived in this secret realm? Or perhaps, behind the spatial passage lies not a secret realm, but a real world? Many speculations are possible. After all, the sky in this world is very high and has no clear boundaries, which is completely different from the environment of the Killing City. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and urged, no matter what, let's continue exploring. But we need to be more cautious from now on. If we encounter any uncontrollable risks, we must evacuate immediately, rather than confront them head-on. Outside the secret realm, the Star Luo Empire's team arrived late. This time, the Star Luo Empire sent a civil official with only the cultivation level of a Soul Emperor, and he had no other helpers behind him. A mere Soul Emperor dares to come here to seize treasures. Has Dai Tianfang gone mad? Demon Bear Douluo first chuckled sarcastically, then guessed something, his expression turning serious. Lei Zhen also dared not be careless and had to treat this Soul Emperor of the Star Luo Empire with utmost caution. The exploration of the secret realm has begun. At this time, the Star Luo Empire is the most troublesome to deal with because it is using itself as a bargaining chip. In order to maintain the balance of the situation, the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall will probably have to keep increasing their stakes to ensure that the Star Luo Empire does not tilt to the other side. Of the 3 parties exploring the secret realm, the Star Luo Empire was the weakest, yet unexpectedly, they found themselves in a position of high value, waiting to be sold. This elderly civil official from the Star Luo Empire, however, remained neither humble nor arrogant, and stood tall, saying, "My name is Shi Wen. Your Majesties, please do not overthink it. As His Majesty's envoy, I have full authority to represent the Star Luo Empire in every word and deed. If both of you are willing to give me 3/10 of the total amount of treasures you have obtained, we, the Star Luo Empire, will no longer participate in the exploration of this secret realm. What do you think, Your Excellencies? You want to take 30% of the total treasures without firing a single shot. There's no such thing as a free lunch." Demon Bear Douluo sneered. Ghost Douluo said in a sinister tone, "Even if I give you the treasure, with your strength, can you take it away?" Faced with the blatant threat, Shi Wen remained calm and composed, smiling as he said, "Then Your Majesty need not worry. If you obtain the treasure but cannot take it with you, that would be a loss for my Star Luo Empire." The reason why the Star Luo Empire was willing to give up its quota for exploring the secret realm is not complicated. This secret realm is located within the Heaven Do Empire, and the Heaven Do Empire's support can arrive at any time. The Spirit Hall also has multiple branches within the Heaven Do Empire, so its support can arrive just as quickly. How many deployments can the Star Luo Empire have within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire? Even if they bring treasures out of the secret realm, and a great battle breaks out afterward, they still won't be able to take the treasures with them. As for support, the Star Luo Empire is too far away. If a large-scale army were mobilized, the Heavenly Do Empire's taxi drivers would intercept them before they even crossed the border. It might even lead to a major war. With the battle lines so far apart, the Star Luo Empire's influence is too limited to reach them. It would be more practical to exchange them for some tangible benefits. What can we do if we don't agree? Your Star Luo Empire simply can't send any strongmen deep into the heart of my Heavenly Do Empire. Lei Zhen snorted, clearly unconvinced. It should be noted that the Star Luo Empire's biggest supporter in the past was the Haoshan sect. However, the Clear Sky sect had already closed its doors to the world more than a decade ago, and now it is wanted by the Spirit Hall across the entire continent. Even if the Star Luo royal family can find the Clear Sky sect, the sect's experts may not come to help them seize the treasure. Therefore, the Star Luo Empire poses no threat to the other 2 parties, so how could anyone accept Shi Wen's words? Shi Wen remained confident and composed, his arms slightly outstretched, and a powerful aura emanated from afar, causing one's heart to tremble. "I wonder if I am now qualified to negotiate with you all." Shi Wen waved his hand with a faint smile, and the soul pressure behind him was then removed. Sword Dao Chen Shin. Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately recognized the identity of the powerful figure behind him. Sword Dao Chenshin possesses level 96 soul power, and the 7-kill sword is the #1 offensive weapon spirit on the continent. If a real battle breaks out, no one present will be his match, and most of the treasures he acquires will likely fall into the hands of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Of course, Ning Fengji had his own reasons for not letting Qian Dao Chenshin join the Heaven Dou Empire's ranks. The Heaven Dou Empire had sacrificed far too much for this secret realm, and therefore did not want to share more of the benefits with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Why would Ning Fengji accept having Sword Douluo risk injury to get only a 20% share? Cooperation with the Star Luo Empire is inevitable. Of course, Qian Dao Chenshin will not actually participate in the Great War, otherwise the treasures he seizes will become a gift to the Heaven Dou Empire. Sword Dao Chenshin only needs to maintain sufficient deterrence and escort Shi Wen to take away the treasure. He cannot easily make a move. At this moment, Lei Zhen finally understood why the 7 treasure glazed tile school had seemed uninterested in his invitation before setting off, and had even only sent Ning Bao, who was acquainted with Qin Yuan, to make an appearance. According to the co-authors, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has already betrayed them. 30% is absolutely impossible. Chrysanthemum Douluo rejected it outright. Even if he brings the treasure back, he won't get much of it. But losing 30% of the profits for no reason would be a major mistake, and he would be held accountable. Chapter 186. Agreement reached, Qinming forced to test drugs. If it only costs 20%, considering the balance of power and the Star Luo Empire's position, Chrysanthemum Douluo can agree on his own. Lei Zhen wanted to loudly question the 7 treasure glazed tile school about why it had betrayed them, but when he recalled Emperor Shi's instructions before he left, he immediately understood. His Majesty said that if there were any unforeseen circumstances, he could give up 25% of the profits. I never expected that it was prepared for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Heavenly Dou royal family's greed is too extreme, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school will inevitably have grievances. Cooperation between Ning Fengji and the Star Luo Empire is unavoidable. Emperor Shui is unlikely to abandon the 7 treasure glazed tile school's long-term support for short-term profits. After all, the Star Luo Empire currently lacks a national guardian sect, and if it were to acquire the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the loss to the Heaven Dou Empire would be significant. Giving up 25% of the profits was the highest promise Emperor Shui could make in his plan. At the same time, it would also eliminate a major hidden danger for the Star Luo Empire, making it a brilliant 2 birds with 1 stone strategy. Of course, all of this was the result of Emperor Shui deliberately inviting the wolf into the house, otherwise, there would have been no need to care about the Star Luo Empire's position. Lei Zhen wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his bottom line. Since it's a negotiation, there's room for maneuver. As long as both sides pay the price, the Star Luo Empire will no longer participate in the competition for the secret realm and will be willing to give up all the spots. That's right, just as Your Majesty said. Shi Wen gave an affirmative answer and produced the imperial edict that the Star Luo Emperor had signed in advance. With the imperial edict as proof, Your Majesties can rest assured. As titled Douluo powerhouses, they had come into contact with imperial edicts many times. They were all well aware that the materials of imperial edicts were unique, and no one in the world dared to counterfeit them. They could confirm the authenticity of an imperial edict with just a glance. Of course, even if the imperial edict doesn't bear the Star Luo Emperor's handwriting, its mere presence on his edict still signifies his command. After all, managing imperial edicts is also about maintaining the emperor's authority. The appearance of a fake edict would cause the emperor's prestige to plummet. Out of respect for the Star Luo Emperor, my spirit hall will only give you 10% of the benefits at most. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Even Sword Dao Chenshin can't protect you. Chrysanthemum Douluo crossed his arms, his tone lacking in masculinity but full of imposing manner. Lei Zhen chimed in, my Heavenly Dou Empire can also give up 10% of the profits. The Star Luo Empire will not participate in the exploration of the secret realm, will suffer no personnel losses, and will get 10% of the total profits for free. You should be content. Moreover, this 10% share must be chosen by both of us. Exploring hidden realms, to put it nicely, is exploration, to put it bluntly, it's like plundering the land. The Spirit Hall and its allies have dispatched a force of nearly 300 men, who will surely dig deep. If they then offer some ordinary medicinal herbs to make up the difference, the Douluo Empire will suffer a huge loss, especially since it only accounts for 10% of the total. Shi Wen shook his head again and reiterated his bottom line. Of course, he also made some concessions, stating that the Douluo Empire's 30% share would be chosen by each of them. Exploring hidden realms, anything can happen. It's possible that a single opportunity could account for 80% of the total value. If we were to give up 30%, wouldn't we be handing over a portion of such a tremendous opportunity? After lengthy negotiations, the three parties finally reached an agreement. The Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire each contributed 20% of the total amount, with Shi Wen selecting 10% of it and the two sides selecting the remaining 10%. Of course, if both sides fail in this exploration, the Douluo Empire will also not benefit. Meanwhile, in the heavenly prison of the Heavenly Do Empire, with Du Gubo and Yi Tianxin's hospitality, Qinming's treatment was predictable. At this moment, Qinming had steel skewers inserted into his 10 fingers, and his body bore multiple marks from branding irons and whips. If Qinming hadn't been a sole emperor, an ordinary person would probably have died long ago after suffering such inhuman torture. Now, even if Qinming wanted to die, he couldn't. He was tied to the execution rack and had no strength to move. As for his sole emperor cultivation level, it had already been sealed by the poison prepared by Du Gubo. That day, Du Gubo and Yi Tianxin arrived at Qinming's prison. Looking at Qinming, who was like a lump of mud, the two men felt no pity, but rather boundless rage. If Lei Meng hadn't intervened in time in Soto City, and Qin Yuan hadn't appeared in time to help them out, Yi Lingling and Du Gubo would probably be dead by now. But what about Qinming? He not only felt no shame, but even repeatedly defended himself. Such a despicable person who spreads rumors and distorts the truth deserves to be beheaded, that would be too lenient. Qinming, I have recently concocted some medicines with remarkable effects. Don't worry, you will try them one by one. Du Gubo's tone was icy, like a cold wind in the 12th lunar month. I have never been a good person, and I have long been wicked. Even so, you still do not take me seriously and even went so far as to harm my only granddaughter. You should be prepared to be retaliated against. Du Gubo was right. It was only because he had known Qin Yuan for so many years that he gradually kept a low profile in order to avoid his enemies affecting Qin Yuan. But that doesn't mean he's changed his ways. Yi Tianxin stroked his beard and sneered, Qinming, don't even think about suicide. With me here, it won't be easy for you to die. Qinming's tongue had already been cut off, and he kept making muffled sounds, whether it was begging for mercy or a defiant statement, it was unclear. Of course, Du Gubo wouldn't care about his attitude. With a casual wave of his hand, a bottle of medicine containing white powder appeared in his hand. Sprinkling the powder from the glass bottle onto Qinming's wound, Qinming initially felt a warm sensation, as if it were some kind of incredibly effective painkiller. But soon, Qinming sensed the malice. This is no ordinary powder. When applied to a wound, it can stop bleeding, but the side effect is that it causes the wound to itch unbearably. Qinming was bound to the execution rack, his body writhing from the intense itching. If he were released now, he would want to scrape his flesh off his body piece by piece. Yi Tianxin let out a soft exclamation. Brother Dugu, your medicinal powder has a good healing effect. If the side effects can be removed, this bottle of medicine could probably sell for thousands of gold soul coins. This medicine can quickly relieve pain and heal even the injuries of Soul Emperor level experts, so it must be a treasure that high-level experts are scrambling to acquire. Du Gubo sighed, my newly developed healing medicine is still lacking in ingredients. But there's no other way. For the best healing effect, it must contain ingredients that cause itching, and I haven't found suitable substitutes yet. Yi Tianxin wholeheartedly agreed. The development of a powerful drug often requires multiple trials, and whether it will eventually reach maturity remains to be seen. But right now, isn't Qinming the best candidate for drug testing? By continuously testing drugs on Qinming, the best drug formula can eventually be found. Faced with Yi Tianxin's suggestion, Du Gubo naturally agreed with a smile. Chapter 187 Always one step too late, a soul master from an unknown land. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The powerful members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family arrived late. In order to avoid maintaining a hostile relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the long term, Emperor Shui provided the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family with 3 exploration slots. Considering the relationship between Lei Zhen and others and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Emperor Shui did not incorporate the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's forces into the Heavenly Dou Empire's forces. Of course, the higher-ups of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family were also avoiding Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen. Otherwise, why would they have arrived so late? Lei Zhen disagreed with Emperor Shui's decision, but there was nothing he could do about it. His Grand Dukeship was already subordinate to the Heaven Dou Empire, so it was impossible for him to turn against the royal family. Furthermore, the compensation provided by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family actually went into his pocket and resolved the past grievances. From both a moral and logical standpoint, Lei Zhen had no reason to continue targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. However, if Yu Luomian doesn't behave himself again, he wouldn't mind turning against the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family completely next time. Among the 3 members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family sent this time, Yu Luomian was still present. The sect suffered the loss of a valuable inheritance soul bone for no apparent reason, and Yu Luomian urgently needed to make up for it. Although the secret realm was dangerous, if she could obtain the opportunities within, she might not only be able to make up for the sect's losses but also profit handsomely. Yu Luomian, you should know that you can only take half of the treasures you harvest. The remaining half must be handed over to my Heavenly Dou Empire. At the same time, to avoid misjudging the value of the treasures, I will need to inspect your soul tool at that time. Lei Zhen replied coldly, this is not my personal request, but His Majesty's will. If you find it difficult to accept, you may leave. In the past, Lei Zhen's strength was roughly equal to Yu Luomian's, and neither could gain the upper hand. Of course, neither was willing to concede defeat to the other. Since the last attack, Yu Luomian has become completely obedient. He is extremely humble in his attitude towards Lei Zhen. What Grand Duke Lei Zhen said is true. My Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has no objection. After giving his instructions, Lei Zhen allowed them to enter the secret realm. The Spirit Hall side, located in the distance, could clearly see this scene. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family has truly declined. Apart from the old dragon Yu Yuanjun, the others are hardly of any use, Chrysanthemum Douluo said gloatingly. Ghost Douluo licked his lips and chuckled evilly. Hee, I wonder who in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan can take up the mantle after Old Dragon's death. If a Super Douluo powerhouse doesn't emerge to guard the sect, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep their position among the top 3 sects. Both the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dou Empire's teams have ventured deep into the secret realm to explore. Currently, there have been no casualties on either side, and neither side has found any valuable treasures. Logically speaking, in an unexplored secret realm, the treasures within would be scattered throughout the realm, and could be discovered with a little exploration. However, the situation in this secret realm is completely different, and this world seems to have no end, more like a vast and boundless continent than a small secret realm space. Qin Yuan and the others rested in an open space. As they traveled, the wild beasts they encountered became increasingly ferocious, but these were just ordinary beasts and posed no threat to soul masters. Among us, only Zhil, an education committee member, lost 0.5% of his soul power. The others suffered no damage other than physical exhaustion. This time, it seems we'll be fighting a protracted battle. Everyone, be prepared. Qin Yuan leaned against a tree trunk, analyzing the current situation. As the team ventured deeper into the area, they discovered numerous traces of human activity. However, after being washed away by the heavy rain, they were unable to determine the group's whereabouts or their identities. Bai Baoshan took out a water bottle from his soul tool and distributed it to everyone. To avoid unknown toxins, the group only consumed the food and water they had brought with them. However, the intense exploration was rapidly depleting their supplies, and if they found nothing soon, they would have to return in 10 days. Damn it, we've only managed to pick one decent medicinal herb, and we haven't even seen a glimpse of any good fortune. If we don't find anything else, the harvest from this trip probably won't even cover the cost of traveling and buying supplies. Golong seemed a little impatient. This secret world shows no signs of any opportunity arising. Along the way, there is no trace of anyone else having gotten there first, which is extremely abnormal. Such a barren secret realm seems to have never appeared in any of the records of the Heavenly Do Empire. We have gained nothing, and the main force of the Spirit Hall is following behind us, so they will also gain nothing, Qin Yuan said in a deep voice. If this place is truly a small world, the powerful being who created it must have stored treasures here. We haven't found it yet, but perhaps an even greater opportunity is yet to come. We need to step up our efforts. There's a team ahead of us. If we don't catch up, we might not even get a taste of the spoils. Behind them, the main force of the Spirit Hall. The couple, Geishi Longshi, were neither direct descendants of the Spirit Hall nor supporters of Bibi Dong, so naturally they did the hardest and most tiring work in the team. For the past few days, the couple had been clearing the way for the main group, but after a long time, they hadn't even seen a glimmer of opportunity. Impatient feelings quickly spread through the ranks. Damn it, the Heaven Do Empire's team ran so fast, could it be that they took all the opportunities? Ghost Leopard Douluo cursed softly. If it weren't for Spirit Douluo's intervention, he probably would have already activated his martial soul and charged towards Qin Yuan and his group at top speed. If they had the opportunity, they would definitely have stopped to reap the rewards. Moreover, they would have left traces after taking the opportunity. But we searched thoroughly and found nothing, which is clearly unusual. Ling Yuan Douluo was relatively calm. You two, the peerless dragon and snake couple, speed up the clearing process. Who knows, an opportunity might be hidden underground. Clear the land thoroughly. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged a bitter smile. It was the Spirit Hall's fault for breaking the rules and sending a titled Douluo-level expert. Otherwise, with their strength, the couple would have had some say in the group, instead of being reduced to manual laborers clearing the way. As for their prior plans, they dared not reveal them now, lest the two titled Douluos discover them and it would be detrimental to them. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest. Damn it, the Empire sent us into the forest and even provided us with the latest research results from Ming Hall, but we haven't harvested a single grain. The leading elder was very impatient. The thin man replied, General Shu, we have searched this area thoroughly, and we have indeed found nothing. Could it be that the spatial gate connects to another world, rather than a secret realm? The leader frowned, as if pondering where to go next. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby forest, which immediately alerted them. Someone's coming. Prepare for battle. The four-person team picked up their weapons, activated their martial spirits, and assumed a fighting stance. Chapter 188 Standoff with the Orc Tribe. Qin Yuan had spent a long time in the Soul Beast Forest and had extensive tracking experience. When he caught up with the group ahead, he quickly pinpointed their location. Of course, he did not show any malice, but rather stood up and talked to him in a very open and honest manner. He wasn't sure of the other person's identity. If the other person was a local native, they might know where the treasure was. In short, killing is not the only way to solve the problem. Furthermore, needlessly wasting soul power is not a wise move. If a major battle were to break out, it would only benefit the main force of the Spirit Hall in the rear. Stepping out of the bushes, Qin Yuan noticed the four people in front of him. They all possessed martial spirits and soul power, but they were holding strangely shaped weapons and their clothing did not resemble the traditional attire of the Douluo continent. Who are you? The elderly man in the lead asked warily. Qin Yuan and the others exchanged glances. If this secret realm is another world, then its language is completely different from that of the Douluo continent. However, these four people not only understand what they are saying, but they also possess martial spirits and soul power, suggesting they are soul masters. As for their attire, Qin Yuan and the others assumed that they came from a reclusive sect on the mainland. We meant no harm. It's just that you were walking ahead of us, so we followed to find out what was going on. It was Bai Baoshan who spoke. Bai Baoshan has a sturdy and honest appearance, making his words more convincing. The elderly man at the head of the group breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since they could speak the same language, it at least proved that they were all on the same path and not from different races. We are the Imperial Guard of the Haoyang Empire. Which faction do you gentlemen come from? The Haoyang Empire. Bai Baoshan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. This empire does not appear to exist on the mainland, nor has it ever appeared in history. As for Qin Yuan, he had a vague idea of the origins of these people. The strangely shaped weapon in his hand should be a soul tool. With this kind of attire, and possessing both martial soul and soul power, he must be from the Sun-Moon continent, Qin Yuan guessed. The Haoyang Empire. We've never heard of it. We're from the Tiando Empire. But it seems we share the same goal. It was Zhe Long who spoke. Cultivating good relationships is a quality that a mature politician and military strategist should possess. Therefore, his first thought was to cooperate with this group. Most importantly, the strongest member of this group is only a soul Douluo, the others are merely soul saints. If a fight breaks out later over the treasure, they have the ability to suppress their opponent. The Heavenly Do Empire. The leading elder had also never heard of the Heavenly Do Empire. The emergence of secret realms is often accompanied by multiple entrances. At least 2 have been discovered within the Haoyang Empire. And who knows, there might be entrances in other areas as well. According to the records of the Haoyang Empire, there were also many small, isolated tribes and civilizations in the seas beyond the mainland. Since they could communicate in the same language, he assumed that Qin Yuan and the others were residents of a large island overseas. As for the Tiando Empire, it's probably a tribal empire, far inferior to their Haoyang Empire. After all, Qin Yuan and the others only had storage soul tools, and didn't even have attack or defense soul tools, so they must be natives. Since you're seeking cooperation, shouldn't you introduce yourselves? The elder in the lead scrutinized everyone. Bai Baoshan. Bai Baoshan pounded his chest. I am Shu Yin, and these 3 are the Huang brothers, Huang Bo, Huang Qi, and Huang Lan. Since this is a collaboration, and you have been chasing after me, there are some things I need to tell you in advance, said the elder in the lead. We haven't found anything along the way, no opportunities, no treasures, no inheritances. You've come chasing after us, but I suppose you haven't found anything either. Qin Yuan nodded, then added, however, we also have a team of 300 people behind us. But they don't belong to the Heavenly Do Empire, they belong to another force. They are quite strong, but they probably won't make a move before the treasure appears. Gentlemen, since we are going to join forces, let's distribute the treasures according to the number of people to avoid disputes later. Shu Yin's team had only 4 people, while Qin Yuan's team had 5. In terms of distribution, Shu Yin's team will definitely be at a disadvantage. However, when facing danger, having a large number of people does have an advantage, so it's reasonable for Qin Yuan's side to take an extra share of the treasure. Yes, but if a high-value treasure or opportunity appears, we should share it. If one party wants to keep it for themselves, they must pay the other party a treasure of equal value. After walking for another 3 days, Qin Yuan and Shu Yin's large group emerged from the forest. To their surprise, a road surface appeared in their sight. Although it was a muddy path, how could a road surface appear if no one walked on it regularly? Keep going, and you should be able to find the villages here. Stay alert and don't let your guard down, Shu Yin reminded everyone. If you keep walking, you're likely to see a village, but whether people actually live there is another matter. As for opportunities and treasures, nothing has been found so far. The group did not stop and continued forward. Before long, wisps of smoke rose into the distant sky in everyone's sight. Further on, rows of wooden houses came into view. Upon closer inspection, one could see some small figures playing and frolicking around the houses. However, although these figures were humanoid, they all had the heads of wild beasts. Just as everyone was about to step forward to investigate, a group of tall savages suddenly appeared from the surrounding area. Their clothing was very primitive, but they were very tall, easily over 3 meters, and wielded primitive spears as they approached step by step. They also had the heads of wild beasts. HMPH, just a bunch of primitives, kill them all. Gorin was furious and about to make a move, but was stopped. Qin Yuan cautioned, no rush. They pose no threat to us, but they may know where the opportunity lies. Let's observe for a while before making any plans. As they were speaking, a melodious horn sound drifted into their ears. The group of savages stopped approaching and even took a few steps back. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a person with an ape's head walking towards them, surrounded by a group of savages with tiger heads. Although the savages surrounding the group had different heads, they were still just ordinary wild beasts. Clearly, the savage with the tiger's head was much stronger. However, these natives have no cultivation, and if they really fought, any one of Qin Yuan's men could wipe them out. But Qin Yuan was right, perhaps the local people knew where the opportunity lay. Taking action blindly before understanding the situation was certainly not a wise choice. Soon, the ape-headed savage, escorted by a group of savages, approached. He spoke slowly, uttering words in an unintelligible language. Those who are approved by my God can perceive my language with their hearts and communicate with me. According to records, you are the fifth group of outsiders to come here in tens of thousands of years. I hope that some of you will be approved by my God. These words echoed in Qin Yuan's mind. He clearly couldn't understand the ape-headed savage's words, yet an invisible force automatically translated them to him. Chapter 189 God of the Galaxy, Blade of the Galaxy. We can't understand these savages' language, this is bad. Shu Yin hurriedly said, Mr. Qin Yuan, what should we do now? Charge in. No. Qin Yuan shook his head. The moment he spoke, though he spoke in a language the ape-headed savage couldn't understand, it was translated into the savage's mind by an invisible force. For a moment, the ape-headed savage was overjoyed and said something to the savage beside him. The next second, the savages cheered and jumped for joy, as if welcoming their distinguished guests. Mr. Qin, what is this? Zhe Long asked. Qin Yuan waved. They must be welcoming us. Let's go with them. He decided to keep his ability to understand the other person's language a secret for the time being. Anyone with such translation skills must be a deity. Combined with the ape-headed savage's words, Qin Yuan was certain that some kind of divine lineage existed here. The reason he was chosen is not complicated. Among the 9 people, he was younger than the others, but the strongest, clearly meeting the threshold for the gods to choose a successor. As for which deity is behind this, and what kind of powerful force they possess, Qin Yuan currently has no idea. Led by the ape-headed savage, the group of 9 entered the village. The villagers, both big and small, looked at everyone with strange eyes, seemingly welcoming them, but more likely filled with the astonishment of seeing people from another race. Soon, led by the ape-headed savage, the group arrived at a large building. The building was 100 feet tall, and the building materials were incredibly hard, so it was clearly not the work of these savages. Furthermore, before arriving at this grand hall, none of them had even noticed its existence. Such sophisticated concealment techniques were beyond the capabilities of these uncultivated savages. The ape-headed savage turned to face Qin Yuan and said, You are the chosen one of my gods, and you are qualified to enter the temple. The others are your friends, but they do not meet my god's requirements, so please let them leave. What are they chattering about? The 3 Huang brothers in the group muttered to themselves. Qin Yuan turned around, looking somewhat troubled. Ning Bao and the others might not care that he monopolized the opportunity, but Shu Yin and the other 3 were only partners with them. Excluding them would likely cause dissatisfaction and lead to conflict. The main force of the Spirit Hall was far ahead of them, but once the Spirit Hall's spirit power fluctuations were released, given the Spirit Hall's nature, this village would surely be devastated. Qin Yuan only sought opportunities, murder and robbery were not his intentions. After communicating with the ape-headed savage through telepathy, Qin Yuan finally spoke, Mr. Shu Yin, you and I should have received some kind of recognition. This ape-headed savage seems to be their leader, and he has invited the 2 of us into the main hall. General Shu, be careful, there might be a trap, the 3 Huang brothers warned. Shu Yin didn't seem to care much, since the ape-headed savage was gesturing with his hands while talking. His interpretation was roughly the same as Qin Yuan's. The ape-headed savage stepped forward and lightly touched the temple door with his palm. The weathered, heavy bronze door creaked open, and sunlight streamed into the long sealed hall, falling on the statue of the deity in the center of the hall, making the statue appear lifelike. No wonder these ape-headed savages weren't wary of us, they were actually worshipping a human. Shu Yin grinned, feeling a sense of superiority. Indeed, that statue depicts a normal human being. However, Shu Yin was not the chosen one and did not feel anything special. Besides the statues of gods, the main hall contained only some ancient, incomprehensible murals. There was also a throne, but apart from a vaguely shaped mural of a knife, there was nothing else on it. Where is the treasure? Shu Yin stared at the main hall, looking around anxiously. In contrast, Qin Yuan only glanced at the statue before his consciousness was drawn into a galaxy. Qin Yuan's world of consciousness. He was in a starry sky, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. Immediately, starlight converged, forming an unfamiliar figure in front of him. The figure didn't speak, but simply pointed at Qin Yuan from afar. The next instant, a catastrophe swept in, the surrounding starlight dimmed and turned scarlet, like the blood flowing from billions of bones. Finally, the origins of that secret realm flashed before Qin Yuan's eyes like a slideshow. It was originally a normal planet, but it was eroded by some powerful force. Finally, the figure wearing a cloak of stars waved his hand and spatially stripped away the last pure land of that world, making it this secret world. When the scene before him ended, Qin Yuan's consciousness returned to his body. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. I am the god of the stars, and I have been fallen for countless years. You are the first mortal to come to my temple. I am glad that you have such high attainments in swordsmanship and are qualified to inherit my blade. If evil reappears in the world, my blade can lend you a helping hand. Qin Yuan suddenly turned around and saw that the mural of the blade on the throne had become lifelike. A blade slowly emerged, with countless starlight flowing around it, making it beautiful and magnificent. Qin Yuan finally understood that he was chosen not because of his talent in soul master cultivation, but because he was the one with the highest level of swordsmanship among his companions. Of course, simply possessing swordsmanship is not enough to gain the approval of the Star River God. It seems that one needs to reach a certain level of skill in swordsmanship. Mr. Qin Yuan, there are no treasures here. Shu Yin's words brought Qin Yuan back to reality. The Star River blade was clearly there, and it was also the greatest opportunity in this secret realm, but Shu Yin seemed unable to see it. According to the scene depicted, this was originally a piece of land in an ordinary world, which was forcibly cut out of space by the Star River God using his divine power. Therefore, this place is not a secret realm in the traditional sense, and there is a high probability that there will be no opportunities or treasures here. If we have to talk about a stroke of luck, it would probably only be that Star River blade. Qin Yuan had expected to qualify for the divine trial, but it didn't happen. It seemed the Star River God had perished in battle with the enemy, and because his fall was so brief, he hadn't even had time to set up the subsequent inheritance trials. At present, the only thing Qin Yuan can be sure of is that the Star River God is not a deity of the Douluo God realm. Before Qin Yuan could answer, the Star River blade transformed into a stream of light and landed between his brows. From then on, he could summon the divine artifact simply by thinking of it. Of course, it is only for his personal use. Perhaps having received some kind of message, the ape-beast savage suddenly spoke, saying, "The will of my God has been delivered, and you are the only one who has received my God's final approval. This is not your world. You will be leaving soon. Be prepared. Perhaps the opportunity you are seeking will come soon." What? Qin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Before he could make a further move, he felt a sudden dizziness as an invisible force enveloped him, leaving him powerless to resist. Not only Qin Yuan, but also Ning Bao and others, as well as the Spirit Hall members in the distance, were enveloped by this power. Chapter 190 The second layer of the secret realm, Battlefield Ruins. The peaceful environment before them shattered instantly, and a bizarre and surreal scene flashed before their eyes, replaced by a world filled with malevolent energy and darkness. Qin Yuan attempted to communicate with the Star River blade that existed in his sea of consciousness through his thoughts. After all, it is a divine artifact, and even though it has been stored in a secret realm for tens of thousands of years, it still retains a certain degree of spirituality. Qin Yuan quickly got the answer. Once you enter that small world, you can leave at any time if no one gains the initial approval of the Star River God. If someone gains initial approval but fails to gain final approval from the Star River blade, then all outsiders in the secret realm will be thrown into this level of the secret realm. Only after traversing the vast battlefield will they be qualified to leave. At this moment, Qin Yuan stood at the edge of the battlefield. Turning around, he saw countless bones and weapons scattered everywhere. A chilling aura swept over him, and those with weak wills would likely be directly corrupted, turning into machines that knew only how to kill. However, the concentration of this malevolent aura was not as high as the killing intent within Qin Yuan's body. It is estimated that it will be useless against strong individuals with strength above the Contra level. Of course, the purpose of teleporting people here is not to kill them, but rather a blessing bestowed upon future generations by the god of the Star River. By harnessing malevolent energy, one can temper one's will. Possessing a strong will is an essential element for becoming a powerful individual. Furthermore, willpower is the most difficult thing to improve. The will of an ordinary title Douluo is probably not even comparable to that of Qin Yuan before he broke through to Soul Douluo. Cultivating with the help of baleful energy is of great benefit to any cultivator. The four groups of people who arrived before Qin Yuan were initially recognized and allowed to communicate with the ape beast savages, but ultimately failed to gain the approval of the Star River Blade and were all sent here. Qin Yuan's situation is special. His swordsmanship and artistic conception are extraordinary, which has earned him the recognition of the Star River Blade. Although he was also teleported to this battlefield, there is a spatial gate not far behind him, which he can leave at any time. The Star River Blade is the greatest opportunity, and the swordsmanship I possess is beyond the reach of ordinary people. There is indeed no need to hone my willpower any further. Qin Yuan roughly understood the situation. At the same time, he could also feel the benevolence of the Star River God. If it were any other god, being cast into this secret realm would likely result in harsh training tasks, forcing many to perish here. However, the god of the Star River set no restrictions. Even the first four groups, as long as they included someone with a strong will, could leave this place in a short time. The remaining people, tempered by the baleful aura, will definitely transform into powerful figures once they leave. As for killing the native savages of the secret realm, the merciful Star River God will surely impose the most severe punishment. Otherwise, why have only four groups of people been able to gain the initial recognition of the Star River God in the tens of thousands of years that this secret realm has existed? Beyond the secret realm, as Qin Yuan and the others were teleported into the second level, the external spatial passage changed. The previous spatial fluctuations completely disappeared, and the space here became incredibly stable. Lei Zhen and the others tried to enter the secret realm again, but they could no longer get in. Damn it, this spatial passage is closed. Demon Bear Douluo's face was grave. Currently, no one has emerged from the secret realm, and they have no way of knowing what is happening inside. If the secret realm were to be completely closed, everyone who entered would be trapped and die inside, and the Spirit Hall and the four lower sects would inevitably suffer heavy losses of their elite forces. Furthermore, with the fall of the leaders of the four lower sects, the landscape of the continent will undergo a dramatic change, and perhaps what follows will be. Chrysanthemum Douluo remained relatively calm, shaking his head and saying, "No, the spatial gate still exists, but we cannot enter it. However, those inside should have a chance to come out." Ghost Douluo pondered for a moment and said, "It must be that a great opportunity in the secret realm has been unlocked by someone, otherwise this situation would not have occurred. I wonder who unlocked it." Lei Zhen was very anxious. He might not care about others, but Qin Yuan was his sworn brother, and he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. Immediately, the powerful figures present dared not be careless and wrote letters back to their respective camps, awaiting further instructions. Within the secret realm, when they were teleported into the second level of the secret realm, everyone's positions were scattered. When Qin Yuan came to his senses and looked around, he found that it was the Spirit Hall's Soul Saint experts, not Bai Baoshan and the others. It will probably take some time to reunite the group and explore the battlefield ruins. However, of all those who entered the secret realm, only Qin Yuan understood the situation through communication with the divine artifact, the others were completely unaware. They didn't even know why they had been teleported here, and they all remained highly vigilant. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce fighting came from afar, interrupting Qin Yuan's thoughts. The person who made the move possessed an exceptionally powerful soul force, having already reached the level of a title Douluo. Qin Yuan was no stranger to the other party fighting him. It was Xu Yin, the leader of the Haoyang Empire. The Spirit Hall really doesn't follow the rules. Qin Yuan's face darkened as he rushed towards the battlefield. A mere soul Douluo possesses a combat soul tool that works perfectly with him. Your origins are extraordinary. Obediently return to the Spirit Hall with me, and I might spare your life. It was Ghost Leopard Douluo who made the move. He had never met Xu Yin, but the soul tool in the other party's hand could not be fake. Therefore, he suspected that the other party came from a reclusive sect that possessed soul tool technology. It's important to understand that combat soul tools offer extraordinary assistance to soul masters. Some soul masters with weaker martial souls, or even those of the support type, can still unleash the strength of top-tier masters of their level, provided they acquire a matching combat soul tool. It can be said that whoever masters the soul tool technology holds the key to the future of the continent. On the other side, Xu Yin was struggling to hold on. Even with the most powerful new soul tool, he was no match for a title Douluo. Within the Haoyang Empire, soul Douluos are among the strongest. Soul Douluos of level 86 and above are the cream of the crop. As for the title Douluo, each one is comparable to the limit Douluo on the Douluo continent, and they are legendary beings. Upon entering the secret realm, Xu Yin was still complacent because he was one of the top 3 experts in the Haoyang Empire. Upon meeting Qin Yuan and the others, he assumed that the Heaven Do Empire was already quite powerful, but he was surprised to find that the Spirit Hall was even more terrifying, having dispatched a title Douluo. Moreover, the aura of a title Douluo was rapidly approaching from afar. The ghost leopard Douluo showed no fear, clearly indicating that the 2 title Douluos were from the same camp. Just what kind of background does this Spirit Hall have? To be able to send 2 title Douluos, could they have even more title Douluo powerhouses? Xu Yin lost his composure. If this force were to appear on their continent, it's unimaginable what the continent's Jeju, a term referring to the overall situation or landscape, would become. What exactly is the Spirit Hall? And why is the Heavenly Do Empire unafraid of the Spirit Hall's power? If it were a large island, how could it possibly have nurtured so many powerful individuals with its scarce resources? Could it be that the other party comes from another, much larger continent? A variety of doubts swirled in Xu Yin's mind, but at this moment, he had no time to think about them. Chapter 191 Standoff. Lingyuan Douluo acted swiftly, arriving to provide support immediately. She was bathed in pure flames, powerful enough to withstand the malevolent energy on the battlefield and remain completely unaffected. Ghost Leopard, you're too slow. You can't even handle a mere soul Douluo. Spirit Kite Douluo said with a half-smile, while also noticing the soul-guided weapon in Xu Yin's hand. Oh, not bad. Hand it over obediently, or you'll suffer some pain. Dream on. Xu Yin's withered hands gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, his aura as an 88th level soul Douluo undisguised. Unfortunately, his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of 2 titled Douluo, and he couldn't make a ripple. Furthermore, as the soul power aura of the 2 titled Douluos spread further, many powerful figures on the Spirit Hall side seemed to have found their backbone and came to provide support immediately. Similarly, the powerful figures from the Heavenly Do Empire led by Qin Yuan also came to their aid. Just as Ghost Leopard Douluo was about to capture Xu Yin, a battle blade bathed in divine fire pierced through the air, blocking Ghost Leopard Douluo's path and landing in front of Xu Yin. A raging fire spread rapidly, forming a curtain of fire that blocked the Spirit Hall's actions. The power of this flame caused the flames around Lingyuan Douluo to tremble. Gentlemen, the sudden changes in the secret realm have caught everyone off guard. We should cooperate sincerely and explore together. Qin Yuan's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was full of confidence. Behind him, all the powerful figures from the Heaven Do Empire arrived. However, compared to the large force of the Spirit Hall, their numbers were stretched thin. Lingyuan Douluo crossed his arms, feigning composure, and threatened, "Oh, Mr. Qin is going to oppose my Spirit Hall for someone he doesn't even know." Qin Yuan walked forward without changing his expression and helped Xu Yin up. It wasn't that he was a busybody, but the secret of the soul tools had already been exposed, and the consequences of them falling into the hands of the Spirit Hall would be unimaginable. Perhaps, the crazed Bibi Dong would launch a continental war the moment the soul tools were fully armed. Once war breaks out, it will inevitably cause immense suffering and loss of life, with countless vibrant lives perishing. Qin Yuan was not a kind person, but he would not stand idly by and watch a scene of devastation unfold. Cooperative development was the principle set beforehand by both our forces. The Spirit Hall violated regulations by sending 2 title Douluos into the secret realm, and now they've even started fighting each other. What, do you think my Heaven Do Empire has no one to rely on? The speaker was Marshal Goran. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yazi martial soul rose from the ground, glaring angrily at spirit kite Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo, showing no sign of backing down. The two title Douluos were already in the wrong, and besides, according to Bibi Dong's instructions, they might not be able to capture Qin Yuan. If things escalated, the spirit hall would also be in a difficult position to handle. Hu Yanjun and Tuobashi, who were in the group, were very perceptive and immediately said, the tripartite agreement only stipulates that titled Douluo powerhouses cannot enter the secret realm during subsequent explorations. But how do you know that Ling Yuan and Elder Gui Bao didn't enter the secret realm beforehand? The concept has been misused, and besides, Qin Yuan and the others have no evidence. Verbal threats alone are clearly insufficient to stop the spirit hall's ambitions. Don't say I'm bullying you. Meng Shu, Chao Tianxiang, stop pretending to be dead, go and meet them. Ghost leopard Douluo said sinisterly. Qin Yuan's strength is indeed greater than that of the peerless dragon and snake couple, but if he wastes too much soul power on irrelevant people, he will miss out on future opportunities and treasures if he cannot replenish it. Mr. Qin, please conserve your soul power and let this old minister go and meet them. Zhe Long hurriedly said. Among the team, Qin Yuan was the only one who could intimidate the two title Douluos. If Qin Yuan was forced to withdraw, the Heaven Do Empire would probably not gain any advantage this time. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were naturally unwilling to be used as pawns by the Spirit Hall, but the current situation left them no choice but to stand on the opposite side of Zhe Long. First they offended Grand Duke Lei Zhen, then they offended Marshal Zhe Long of the Empire. In the future, the Tian Do Empire will probably have no place for the dragon and snake family to stand. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, the exit of the secret realm is not far behind me. Even if there are disagreements and conflicts between us, I hope there will be no casualties. Anyone who is not in good condition can leave the secret realm on their own. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo exchanged a glance and both agreed to his proposal. There's no way around it, Qin Yuan's rise to power was just too fast. Perhaps in a few years, they will become figures that the two of them can hardly match, so there is no need for them to fight Qin Yuan to the death. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall's numerous powerful figures conducted a thorough search, resulting in far more opportunities and treasures being obtained than Qin Yuan's side. In the distance, Yu Luomian grinned, somewhat annoyed. Damn Qin Yuan. If a fierce conflict were to break out with the Spirit Hall, it would definitely weaken the power of the four lower sects. Yet he was willing to let them go. An elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan reminded them, Vice Sect Master, the Sect Master instructed me to keep an eye on you. You are not allowed to act recklessly. If we ambush a retreating expert, we will instantly become the target of everyone's criticism. The clan can no longer afford any more trouble. Everything must be for the greater good. I don't need your reminder. Yu Luomian cursed. The battle between Marshal Golong and the couple Geishi Longshi was not intense, as neither side wanted to needlessly expend their soul power. Marshal Zhe Long only used the first 5 soul skills. The Peerless Dragon and Snake couple not only did not use their martial soul fusion skills, but even Meng Shu only used the first 5 soul skills to exchange moves with them. Although Lingyuan Douluo and Guibao Douluo were furious, they couldn't force the Geishi Longshi couple to confront them head-on. The experts from the 4 lower sects in the Spirit Hall's team were originally there under Bibi Dong's orders, which set a bad precedent. For their own benefit, the experts from the 4 lower sects are probably unwilling to obey their orders anymore. Compared to the potential benefits later, confronting Qin Yuan and his group now is not a wise choice. The two exchanged a glance and quickly made a decision. 2 members of the Spirit Hall's team voluntarily left behind food supplies and headed towards the spatial passage. As long as the message is sent out and the chrysanthemum demon Douluo outside is prepared, there will be no problem in capturing Shu Yin. Alright, let's put a temporary break between us and explore this ruin together, shall we? Ghost Leopard Douluo suggested. Of course, Qin Yuan did not object. The battle has temporarily come to an end, and all eyes are now on the ruins of the battlefield. The murderous aura on the battlefield has little effect on Soul Douluo or even Title Douluo powerhouses, but it is a huge obstacle for Soul Saint powerhouses, which can be used to temper their will. The 3 Huang brothers, who were exploring the secret realm with Shu Yin, had just been using the evil energy to temper their will. Sensing the commotion of battle, they finally arrived. Late. Of course, the three brothers also gained something. Brother Qin, thank you very much. Shu Yin bowed and expressed his gratitude. If Qin Yuan hadn't come to the rescue, not only would his latest soul tool have been stolen, but he might have also lost his life. Qin Yuan didn't take credit, but simply reminded him, be careful from now on. Chapter 192 Soul Tool Manual. The baleful aura is useless against us, but it's a huge help to the many soul saint experts in the Spirit Hall's main force. There might not be a conflict in the short term, but once the message is sent out, the Spirit Hall will definitely send more soul saint experts. At that time, I'm afraid our Heaven Do Empire won't be able to hold out. Zhe Long's mood was complicated. Soul saint level experts are absolutely the backbone of any force. If more of them break through to the next level, it will undoubtedly strengthen the organization. If the Spirit Hall seizes this opportunity, the gap between the two sides will only widen in the future. Golong felt a sense of urgency and said, my soul power is somewhat depleted. Perhaps I should leave the secret realm first and take the message out. You all continue exploring. Besides the baleful aura, there should be other treasures here. No one tried to stop them. The progress of the exploration of the secret realm has deviated significantly from expectations, and it is indeed necessary to re-evaluate the pros and cons. On the other side, Shu Yin and the other three sat together. Originally, the Haoyang Empire assessed that the four of them exploring the secret realm would be sufficient to handle most threats. Furthermore, according to the Empire's intelligence, no entrance to the secret realm had been found within their enemy's territory. The secret realm, which should have been exclusively enjoyed by the Haoyang Empire, has now been invaded by powerful figures from an unknown country and an unknown force. According to Shu Yin's assessment, even if the Haoyang Empire sends out all its powerful experts, it will be difficult for them to gain an advantage in the upcoming competition. The threat posed by the Spirit Hall was simply too great. Their Haoyang Empire, at most, only had one level 93 titled Douluo. But that ghost leopard Douluo was at least level 94. Not to mention, the Spirit Hall had other titled Douluo powerhouses as well. They are outsiders, should they stay here and wait to be besieged? Qin Yuan could protect them for a while, but not forever. They were all adults, and there was no such thing as goodwill without a reason. Qin Yuan probably also had his eye on the soul tool in their hands, but he was just being gentler in his methods. General Shu, based on my observations, their continent seems to lack soul tool technology. I've observed that they only seem to have low-end storage-type soul tools. They don't have a single soul tool for combat, Huang Lan said. Of course, given the strength of the soul masters in the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall, combat soul tools wouldn't be of much help to them. Shu Yin nodded, also seeing the problem. This is the biggest trouble. We've never heard of their empire, and they've never heard of ours. I suspect we are on two different continents, far apart. It was only because of this secret realm that we were able to meet. I wonder if they can reach our continent through the secret realm's passage. If they can reach the mainland, given their strength, the situation on the mainland will inevitably undergo significant changes, and we must be fully prepared. As he spoke, Huang Bo's breathing suddenly became a little heavier. General Shu, I feel that I have broken through, but because there is no soul power here, I cannot show it. The baleful aura here has an extremely strong tempering effect on soul saint experts, and it is definitely a breeding ground for strong people. Shu Yin finally showed a hint of joy. Well, at least our trip wasn't entirely fruitless. As he spoke, he stood up and said, let's go back soon. Of the three Huang brothers, only Huang Bo possesses the peak soul saint cultivation level, while the other two are only mid to low level soul saints, and are still a long way from breaking through. To ensure that their forces are not lost in the secret realm, they must evacuate as soon as possible. Before leaving, Shu Yin approached Qin Yuan. Brother Qin, we're about to leave. Please take this handbook. It should contain some secrets you're looking for. Hopefully, it will be helpful to you. Qin Yuan looked down and saw that it was a manual, but the title page was missing, and he didn't know what was recorded in it. Shu Yin knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Qin Yuan must have ulterior motives for helping them. This booklet was the greatest expression of his sincerity. At the same time, the people of the Spirit Hall are wary of Qin Yuan. If a conflict breaks out on the continent in the future, Qin Yuan's presence might provide the Haoyang Empire with a means of diplomatic negotiation. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'll accept the things, thank you for your kindness. You should go with Zhe Long, he also plans to go back. If you encounter any trouble after you leave, Zhe Long can help you out. When we came in, we all used different spatial passages. However, there's only one exit from the secret realm, and Qin Yuan isn't sure if Xu Yin and the others can return to the Haoyang Empire. If they can't go back, with Zhe Long taking care of them, the spirit hall won't have an easy time taking them down. Thank you very much. Xu Yin bowed in gratitude. After he left, Qin Yuan opened the booklet. With a mental scan, he could clearly see the records within. Soul Tool Manufacturing Manual. Without much thought, Qin Yuan discreetly stored the manual in his soul tool, determined not to reveal it to anyone. Beyond the secret realm, everyone is in a state of utter chaos. Suddenly, the original teleportation channel shone brightly, and two figures emerged from it. Upon seeing that they were two soul saints from the spirit hall, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo quickly stepped forward to take them away and inquired about the situation in the secret realm. The exploration of the battlefield ruins has only just begun, and the two soul saints have limited information. All they knew was that the murderous aura on the battlefield was highly beneficial to soul masters below the soul Douluo level, and they also brought news of Xu Yin. Finally, one of them urged, Elder Ju, Elder Gui, you should send people in as soon as possible. That baleful aura can temper one's will and increase the possibility of a soul saint breaking through to soul Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression remained unchanged as he casually said, go to the entrance of the secret realm and see if you can get in. The two soul masters didn't understand why, but they did as instructed. As expected, when they approached the spatial gate, instead of re-entering the secret realm, they were repelled by a spatial force and unable to enter again. At the same time, Marshal Gorin also emerged from the portal. The moment he emerged, he paid no attention to Chrysanthemum Demon Douluo in front of him, but instead looked around. It seems that Xu Yin and the others did not come out with him. But they clearly entered the spatial passage together. Could it be that the spatial passage will send explorers from different places back to their original locations? Gorin murmured to himself. Of course, he didn't forget to bring out the information from the secret realm. However, he was in the same situation as the spirit hall. He could only leave the secret realm and could not enter it again. On another distant continent, as Xu Yin and his companions emerged from the spatial passage, they were immediately met by powerful figures from the Haoyang Empire. Similarly, they did not see Gorin either. However, the moment Huang Bo returned, he absorbed the soul power in the air and spontaneously broke through to the soul Douluo realm, which was their biggest gain from this trip. Soon, they also discovered that the secret realm was no longer accessible. The Gorin brothers didn't come out with us. It seems the secret passage will send people back to their original place. As a high-ranking official in the empire, Xu Yin dared not be careless and quickly dispatched troops to guard the spatial passage. Of course, he couldn't wait for anyone to emerge from it. Chapter 193 No Gains. The most valuable treasure from this secret realm is undoubtedly the Star River Blade, along with the additional soul tool crafting manual. Qin Yuan personally gained a great deal, far exceeding the entire Spirit Hall team. He should have left immediately, but for the safety of Bai Baoshan and the others, he chose to stay and search for treasures and opportunities on the battlefield. After all, he couldn't give away his gains. If they retreat now, the Heavenly Dou Empire will gain almost nothing. 3 days passed, and Qin Yuan and his group had used up most of their supplies. Golong has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned with supplies yet? Bai Baoshan couldn't help but ask. The Spirit Hall side also faces the same dilemma. They sent many people out of the secret realm, but they were unable to replenish their resources. Left with no other option, they had to evacuate a large number of personnel, leaving supplies behind to provide for their elite forces to continue exploring the secret realm. Is it possible that if we go out and come back in, we'll return to the previous level of the secret realm? Ning Bao suggested. Qin Yuan shook his head. Unlikely. If that's the case, the powerful being who created the secret realm wouldn't have directly set up an exit passage. I think once you leave, you shouldn't be able to get back in. Otherwise, with Marshal Gorin's abilities, it's impossible that so much time has passed without him bringing supplies. What do we do? Jilin frowned slightly. Our supplies can only last a few more days at most. The evil energy here is useless to us. We only found some strange weapons and armor fragments on the battlefield, which is practically nothing. If we have to withdraw because we run out of supplies, the Empire will have gained nothing this time. Qin Yuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. According to the information he obtained from the Star River Blade, the first 4 groups of people had almost all left the second level of the secret realm. Logically speaking, not everyone will prepare a large amount of survival supplies. Qin Yuan and his group brought a lot of supplies, but they were all used up due to the previous high-intensity exploration. After all, without replenishing their soul power, traveling quickly can only rely on physical strength. With the limited physical strength and energy reserves of a soul Douluo level expert, the rate of resource consumption is very fast. It's likely that the first 4 groups of people were in the same situation. The fact that all of these people were able to leave is probably because the god of the Star River prepared supplies for them. However, Qin Yuan and his group did not find any supplies. Of course, this is not hard to understand. The god of the Star River has already opened a passage for them to leave. Without food supplies, they can simply leave without lingering here or being trapped. After a pause, Qin Yuan said, "Be careful from now on, you might find treasures on these remains. Once our supplies run out, we'll evacuate immediately and figure out another way once we're out there." The Imperial Palace of Heavenly Do, Imperial Study. Sect Master Ning, you must already know something about the secret realm, Emperor Shui sighed repeatedly. Had he known the secret realm would end up like this, he would have followed the Spirit Hall's example and sent a large force of soul emperors and soul saints into it. With the help of the baleful energy, the Empire could probably produce a group of powerful figures in a short period of time. At the same time, he will not break off negotiations with the 7 treasure glazed tile school regarding the profit-sharing ratio. Right now, the only thing to be happy about is that the Star Luo Empire hasn't gained any benefit from this. Ning Fengji wasn't too disappointed and calmly said, "Based on the current intelligence, there are no supplies in the secret realm. Even if the Spirit Hall sends out a large force, their supplies won't last long. What remains is nothing more than searching for treasures on the battlefield ruins. However, if I may be frank, the chances of finding treasures are extremely slim. Even with the help of baleful energy to hone their skills, Soul Saint level experts will find it difficult to break through in the short term. Coupled with insufficient supplies, there is a high probability that they will be forced to withdraw before they can break through. The situation within the secret realm is unpredictable, and it's a stroke of luck that everyone was spared this time. When the Killing City was born, the major powers lost hundreds of elites. There was no gain, but no loss either. It's not unacceptable." Emperor Shui summoned Ning Fengji at this time, certainly not just to discuss matters concerning the secret realm. More importantly, it was to eliminate the rift between the two sides regarding the secret realm and to continue to receive support from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This matter was also due to my oversight. Sect Master Ning, this year, let's reduce the tax burden on all of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's properties by half. I also hope that neither of us will harbor any resentment because of temporary gains or losses. In the future, we will need to rely on Sect Master Ning to mediate many matters concerning the Empire. At that time, Shui Yi was tough on the 7 treasure glazed tile school during the profit-sharing negotiations, largely because Lei Zhen had broken through to the title Douluo level, and Lei Zhen's 3 sworn brothers were all formidable. Shui didn't want the 7 treasure glazed tile school to grow too large in the long run. He planned to squeeze out more of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's share and use the extra treasures to cultivate talents for the Empire, striving to help peak soul Douluos like Zhe Long break through. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Although Shui relented afterward, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will inevitably harbor resentment given the current situation, having gained nothing. Exempting people from taxes is merely a way of making amends, a way to save face. Of course, Ning Fengji wouldn't suffer a loss no matter what. Even if there are no secret treasures, it's not like they're the only ones without them. The Spirit Hall side won't benefit either. However, because of the Secret Realm incident, the 7 treasure glazed tile school opened up the gem market within the Star Luo Empire. In the future, in addition to a large amount of gold soul coins, they will also be able to gain popularity in the Star Luo Empire market and establish initial influence. Even with a 50-50 profit split, the 7 treasure glazed tile school still reaps considerable benefits. As for the 0.5% tax reduction proposed by Shui, it may not seem like much, but given the size of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, this 0.5% share is not a small amount. I thank your majesty. In the future, please feel free to give any instructions if the empire needs anything, Ning Fengji immediately replied. The Douluo Empire is highly centralized and deeply wary of powerful foreign forces, so Ning Fengji would certainly not completely side with the Douluo Empire. The current situation is exactly what he wanted to see. Papal Palace. Qian Dalu rarely interfered in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, and since Bibi Dong took over, he has never been to the Papal Palace. Today, however, Qian Dalu is acting out of character. He not only takes the initiative to approach Bibi Dong, but also wants to interfere with the Spirit Hall's plans. Great Master, what brings you here? Bibi Dong asked coldly, her eyes filled with wariness. Qian Dalu didn't mince words and went straight to the point. I received information from the god ancestor that this secret realm is related to a god. My Spirit Hall has its own beliefs and cannot touch the possessions of other gods. Withdraw the powerful explorers from the secret realm as soon as possible to avoid the god ancestor's wrath. Are you ordering me around? Bibi Dong asked in a deep voice. Qian Dalu rarely showed his strength. No room for discussion. If you refuse to give up, I will have no choice but to return to the mountain and take charge of the many affairs of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 194. A strong start but a weak finish. Bibi Dong is currently at a crucial stage infusing with divine power. Although her cultivation is extraordinary, she can only barely unleash the strength of level 98. Even with the power of the Rakshasa god, her chances of winning against the veteran limit 1000 paths flow are slim. Not to mention, Qian Dalu was once the Pope, and all the older high-ranking officials in the Papal Palace were promoted by him. Once Qian Dalu returns to the mountain, these people will likely turn against him on the spot and stand on the opposite side of Bibi Dong. As you wish. Bibi Dong finally gave in. Qian Dalu simply nodded slightly, did not linger, and then quickly left. After he left, only Bibidin remained in the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong sat on the papal throne, her consciousness attempting to communicate with the Rakshasa god. Rakshasa god, which deity is behind that secret realm? After waiting for a long time without a reply, just as Bibi Dong was about to give up, the voice of the Rakshasa god finally arrived. Tisk Tisk, an extraterrestrial god. Specific details are probably only known to those 5 enforcers, I don't know. However, that god has been missing for countless years, and whether he has perished is unknown. But, given the nature of the gods, the legacy of extraterrestrial gods is almost never allowed to appear in their territory. Therefore, there is probably no divine inheritance in that secret realm. My successor, this will not affect your plans. As for you, you need to take control of the Spirit Hall as soon as possible in order to realize your ambitions. Bibi Dong's lips twitched, then her face darkened. If you offered to help, why would I waste so much time fusing divine power? The Rakshasa god said noncommittally, you're right, but I don't have any extra divine power to use for the inheritance. Besides, if you fail, I will waste my divine power for nothing, which is a huge loss. My successor, strive to merge with divine power. I believe you will succeed. Having offended the Asura god, the Rakshasa god's situation in the divine realm is extremely precarious, forcing him to hide in some remote corner. The farther one is from the central hub of the divine realm, the weaker the divine power one can obtain. Even if Bibi Dong is certain to succeed, and the Rakshasa god uses divine power to help her complete the divine test, she will still fall into a period of weakness afterward. At that time, let alone the hypocritical Asura god and sea god, even a second-level god would be able to capture her. This is completely unacceptable to the Rakshasa god, who is a sophisticated egoist. After Bibi Dong gave the order, the main force of the Spirit Hall that had left the secret realm gradually withdrew. However, no one was able to re-enter the secret realm, and the Spirit Hall experts within it remained completely unaware of this. Bibi Dong's willingness to relinquish control, besides Qian Dalu's warning, was primarily due to the fact that few high-value treasures had emerged from the secret realm. Furthermore, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall could still train using the baleful energy, and in terms of gains, they had already surpassed other forces. 9 more days passed. Qin Yuan and his group ran out of supplies and their condition deteriorated. To avoid threats to their personal safety, they had no choice but to evacuate the secret realm. At this point, apart from the remaining elite forces of the Spirit Hall, all other forces that had been exploring the secret realm had withdrawn. The most tragic couple were the legendary dragon and snake. They expended a great deal of effort in the secret realm, but of the treasures they subsequently found on the battlefield ruins, they only received 1/10 of them, a treatment far inferior to that of the powerful figures from the 4 lower sects. Inside the camp of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Alas, there was a serious misjudgment in this secret realm. If I had known this would happen, I should have prepared more supplies and sent more soul emperors and soul saints into it. Lei Zhen was very annoyed. Looking at the spoils everyone brought back, he didn't even have the thought of taking a share. The weapons and armor brought out were all damaged, their only value lay in their unique materials. But even if someone offered a high price to buy them, how much could they possibly fetch? Many powerful figures from the Spirit Hall side have already withdrawn, showing no intention of vying for the treasure. This exploration of the secret realm ultimately turned out to be all talk and no action, ending in a disappointing fashion. Of course, if Qin Yuan and the others hadn't accidentally opened the second layer of the secret realm, the various forces exploring the secret realm probably wouldn't have gained anything at all. Qin Yuan wasn't interested in the weapon wreckage, so he simply handed it all over to Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Fourth brother, even if it's to be handed over, you only need to hand over 10%. What does that mean?" Qin Yuan's actual gains far exceeded the sum of everyone else's, so he didn't care about these weapon remnants. However, the divine artifact cannot be taken out. Even if you take it out, others won't be able to use it, and it will only cause you trouble. As for the soul tool manufacturing manual, that's even more out of the question. The manual was extremely detailed, and Qin Yuan recognized its extraordinary nature with just a glance. Once handed over to the Heaven Dou Empire, given Shui Qinghei's status, the Spirit Hall would inevitably find out sooner or later, plunging the continent into a prolonged war. I entered the temple of the first level of the secret realm and gained some insights into swordsmanship. The gains are far greater than these physical items. Consider these things as my share to be handed over. Even the Douluo Empire had relinquished its previously promised share, so Lei Zhen wasn't particularly interested in these remains. Seeing Qin Yuan's resolute attitude, he casually tossed the remains aside, assuming Qin Yuan had completed the handover. Open black lens bracket complete the 3-star commission mission to help the Heavenly Dou Empire and the 7 treasure glazed tile school explore the newly emerged secret realm. The reward is an increase in sword technique comprehension, which will be automatically awarded during the next sword technique comprehension session. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan was not surprised by the reward for the mission. This mission tasked him with helping the Heavenly Dou Empire and the 7 treasure glazed tile school explore the secret realm, but the 2 biggest benefits went entirely into his own pocket. If he had brought out the soul tool manual, the reward level would probably have been even higher. But how could he, for his own selfish desires, disregard the plight of countless ordinary people in order to protect them from the ravages of war? The system has no emotions. It only cares about task completion and doesn't care about the underlying consequences. The reason he was rated 3 stars is probably because after obtaining the treasure, Qin Yuan did not retreat immediately, but instead confronted the Spirit Hall for a long time in the name of the Heaven Dou Empire, thus gaining more benefits for his side. It would be good enough if it could get 3 stars. Qin Yuan sighed, without being picky. However, he must make good use of the system's rewards. Insights and personal growth are inherently elusive. If they are not utilized properly or the wrong direction is chosen, they are essentially wasted. The exploration of the hidden realm has come to an end. Since it was confirmed that they could no longer enter, Qin Yuan wasted no time and boarded the carriage with Bai Baoshan and the others for the return journey. Shrek and his group are about to arrive in Heaven Dou City. Unaware of the emergence of the secret realm, they traveled at a leisurely pace, stopping frequently along the way and exploring almost every scenic spot along the route. Early that morning, Xiaowu had just finished washing up when she noticed a small flower emitting a delicate fragrance on the windowsill. Chapter 195 The Possibility of Continental Unification. Xiaowu was familiar with the design of this little flower. She had pinned it to her forehead when she first went to the human world. Because there were no powerful figures in Nodding City, Xiaowu did not look for a new flower after it withered. Tiando City is the capital of the Tiando Empire, and countless powerful individuals live in the city. Even without titled Douluo powerhouses, the number of Soul Douluo powerhouses is definitely not small. Even a Soul Douluo level expert cannot immediately discern the aura of a transformed soul beast, but once targeted, escape is impossible. The little flower that appeared before her was exactly what Xiaowu desperately needed. These past few days, she and the Shrek group have visited many stalls in the cities along the way, but they haven't found anything similar. Unexpectedly, someone has brought it to them. Xiaowu was certain that this was not a surprise from Tang San. She never revealed her identity, nor did she mention the herbs that required concealing her aura. The fact that the person willingly gave her this little flower indicates that they knew her identity, and their strength must be at least level 80 or above. Such a powerful figure couldn't be stopped even if Flander and Zhao Wuji joined forces. If the other party were truly interested in her, they would probably have made their move long ago, instead of waiting until now. It seems the other party meant no harm. Of course, it's possible that the other party is intentionally keeping her captive, waiting for the right opportunity to take her spirit ring. But right now, Xiaowu doesn't even know the other party's identity, so what's the point of considering the worst-case scenario? She might as well take this little flower and continue to move around in the human world. Who knows, by the time the person behind her needs a spirit ring, she will have already broken through level 70 and become a real human. A horse-drawn carriage sped past on the official road. The people sitting in the carriage were none other than Qin Yuan and his group. During the return journey, the group remained silent. Some people were examining the salvaged weapon wreckage, trying to find something special about it, while others were thinking about other things. As for Qin Yuan, he was also pondering the problem. Qin Yuan's first thought was about the emergence of the secret realm. In the original timeline, during the journey from Shrek Academy to Heaven Do City, the continent was incredibly peaceful, and the two great empires did not engage in conflict with the Spirit Hall for the sake of profit. Therefore, this secret realm did not exist in the original timeline. Qin Yuan knew that his appearance had brought about many butterfly effects. The most obvious difference is that Ning Rongrong did not join Shrek Academy, Yu Tianeng did not become lovers with Du Guyan. In order to seek better development, Yu Tianeng even took the initiative to leave the team and join the Shrek team. The discovery of the secret realm was also due to him. The Dream God machine was heading to that wasteland to carry out a mission assigned by Lei Zhen. If Lei Zhen hadn't broken through to the title Douluo level, he naturally wouldn't have been able to mobilize the Dream God machine, and therefore wouldn't have been able to discover the secret realm. The god of the Star River left no legacy, only a divine artifact. But I have no divine power, how can I wield the artifact? Qin Yuan was filled with helplessness. While a divine artifact without divine power can still be used, its power is no different from that of an ordinary weapon made of hard material. Using the same soul skill, its power would likely be less than that of Qin Yuan's own martial soul. After all, his martial soul also possesses divine fire, and the added power of the fire attribute is no weaker than the power of the sword technique itself. Whether this Star River blade is an ordinary divine artifact or a super divine artifact, Qin Yuan still doesn't know. He'll probably have to wait until he truly obtains the divine inheritance to truly wield this artifact. There are many divine inheritances on the continent, and Qin Yuan is confident that with his talent, he can obtain one of them. However, after receiving the system's rewards, he no longer cared about ordinary divine positions and naturally wanted to obtain the inheritance of a god king. Some things can't be rushed. Let's make plans for the divine examination later. Qin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Currently, Tang San has not yet officially risen to power, and Bibi Dong is still converting divine power. As long as nothing disrupts the balance, the continent can maintain peace for several more years. After a pause, Qin Yuan began to consider the possibility of unifying the mainland. His reluctance to allow the Spirit Hall to grow too powerful does not mean he does not want the continent to be truly unified. In the original timeline, thousands of years later, two continents collided. The Sun-Moon continent, which was already lacking in resources, was able to defeat the strongmen of the Douluo continent one after another. Although this was due to the soul guidance device, in the final analysis, if the Sun-Moon continent had not formed a unified country, how could it have concentrated its efforts on researching soul guidance devices? Qin Yuan deduced that Xu Yin, whom he had met in the secret realm, was from the Sun-Moon continent, and that the offensive soul tool he possessed was probably the newest and most powerful soul tool on the Sun-Moon continent at present. 10,000 years later, 9th Order and even 10th Order soul tools appeared on the Sun and Moon continent. On paper, the improvement was not much, but the difference between 8th Order and 9th Order soul tools was like the difference between clouds and mud. Furthermore, the soul tool in Xu Yin's possession has an outdated structure and requires a large amount of soul power to operate, making it far inferior to the fixed soul tools of 10,000 years later. Qin Yuan didn't want the spirit hall to become the only dominant force because Bibi Dong was too eccentric. Corrupted by the power of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong was only interested in taking the spirit hall down with her. If she were to unify the continent, who knows what the future would hold? Qin Yuan is not a lackey of the nobility, and it's impossible for him to unite with the two great empires against the spirit hall as he did in the original timeline. In the end, the nobility will wield more power, and the lives of ordinary people will only become more difficult. Douluo continent is, after all, a fantasy world, and pursuing equality for all people in the past is unrealistic. Soul masters are, after all, different from ordinary people. However, there is still hope for establishing a unified country with a sound system and relatively peaceful and prosperous people. With this thought in mind, Qin Yuan shook his head helplessly and sighed inwardly. The concept of unity has not taken root in people's hearts. Even if I express this idea, there is a high chance that I will not get a response. Establishing a unified nation is by no means an easy task. Before that, Qin Yuan needs to become a true peak powerhouse in the Soul Master world and seize the right to speak on many affairs of the continent. Only in this way can the ideal in his heart be realized. Once the continent is unified, and the power of the entire continent is integrated to jointly research soul tools, when the two continents collide, Douluo continent may very well completely crush Sun-Moon continent. After all, many gods have appeared on the Douluo continent, and the legacy and resources they left behind far surpass those of the Sun-Moon continent. With the existence of the Spirit Hall, evil spirit masters dare not show their faces, and the level of social stability is incomparable to that of the Sun-Moon continent. Several days later, in Tiando City, a carriage stopped at the city gate, and several teenagers stepped out of the carriage. Is this the heavenly Do City? Even the city walls are much taller than those of other cities. It was Tang San who spoke. I grew up in a village, and although I later moved to the city, those cities were far less grand and magnificent than Tiando City. Dai Mubai patted his shoulder lightly and said with a smile, Little San, if you have time in the future, you can also go to Xingluo City. I guarantee that Xingluo City is more magnificent than Tiando City. Chapter 196 Shrek Academy arrives at Heaven Do Royal Academy. Tang San smiled and agreed, then sighed softly, his eyes full of longing. A big city like Tiando City must have plenty of resources and opportunities. I wonder if I, Tang San, will have the chance to reach the top. There will be an opportunity. It was Yu Tianong who spoke. As he spoke, he stepped forward and reminded them, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is not located in Heaven Do City, but on a mountain peak outside the city. However, you've only just arrived. Whether you go to report for duty first or take a stroll around Tiando City is up to you. If you report for duty first, you'll probably need to devote yourself entirely to training, and you'll have fewer opportunities to go out. Flander thought for a moment and said, let's go report for duty first. The time we agreed to meet with Xiaoming is getting closer and closer. After all, we will be making a living at the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the future. If we are late, people will inevitably gossip. The teachers and Dai Mubai were indifferent to this decision. After all, they had all seen the sights of big cities and found it nothing new. But Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun in the group were truly country kids. Their immediate priority is indeed to register at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After registering, they might not immediately get into study mode, they can explore Heaven Do City later. Even if you are assigned to studies immediately, it doesn't matter. As long as you stay at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, you will always have the opportunity to enjoy the scenery of Heaven Do City in the future. Yu Tianeng nodded slightly. In that case, everyone, please follow me. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy is not easy to find, so please familiarize yourselves with the way so you don't get lost in the future. Shrek and his group were unaware that Meng Xunji had not heeded Qin Ming's advice, and that Qin Ming himself had been imprisoned and was currently being used by Douluo for drug testing, and had already been tortured beyond recognition. Of course, Qin Ming was, after all, a disgrace to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, and the Academy could not publicize Qin Ming's deeds everywhere. Therefore, not many people in the entire Academy knew about Qin Ming's accident. As for the Shrek Academy matter, Qin Ming didn't say much when he returned, and apart from Meng Xunji, no one else knew about it. At the foot of Tiando Royal Academy Mountain, as expected, Shrek and his group were stopped at the door. What do you mean? You won't let us in? Yu Tianeng's face darkened, showing anger at having his pride humiliated. He hasn't left the Heaven Do Royal Academy yet, he's still the vice captain of the royal fighting team. He's only been gone a few days, and they're already showing him no respect. What will they think in the future? Flanders smiled and stepped forward, blocking Yu Tianeng behind him. When you need something from someone, you should naturally show your attitude. Arrogance will only make people feel disgusted. Hello, young man. We are teachers and students from Shrek Academy, invited by your esteemed institution to study and exchange ideas. Please inform us of our presence. Flander was unaware of the progress of Qin Ming's negotiations, and during the entrustment process, he refrained from making any definitive statements to avoid embarrassment. The Heavenly Do royal family values the Royal Do team highly and has invited many external academy teams to come and exchange ideas over the years. Not long ago, at Dugu Yan's request, the royal fighting team changed its vice captain. The gatekeeper students didn't know why Yu Tianeng was hanging out with the Shrek Academy students, only sensing that the situation was somewhat complicated. The Shrek Academy members appeared to be a group led by their teacher, there to exchange ideas and hone their skills. However, the Academy's leadership had not notified them beforehand that another Shrek Academy would be coming for this exchange. After thinking for a moment, the gatekeeper said, "Wait here, I'll go report." HMPH. Yu Tianeng snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. Flanders shook his head helplessly. He didn't think this was a mistake by the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, rather, it seemed like a show of force being given to them by the other party. After all, Flander never really wanted to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy. He was willing to live under someone else's roof because of Yu Shaoging's persuasion and to provide a better stage for the Shrek Seven Devils to develop. The 3 members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's teaching committee are all Seoul Douluo level experts, so it's normal that they could see through the situation. Giving them a warning makes it easier to negotiate a lower price later. A training room within the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Currently, the Royal Fighting Team 2 has only 3 members, Ning Rongrong, Yao Zi, and Ai Yan. Because of the emergence of the Secret Realm, the 7 treasure glazed tile schools' focus is not on Ning Rongrong for the time being, which is why they did not arrange teammates for Ning Rongrong immediately. However, now that the matter of the Secret Realm has come to an end, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has already selected people within the sect to help Ning Rongrong assemble a complete team. I wonder what our teammates will be like? Yao Zi asked with some anticipation. Ning Rongrong pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, "I don't want those guys from the sect. It's not that the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school are of poor quality, but rather that those disciples would respect Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong was willing to team up with Ai Yan, Yao Zi, and others largely because the 2 of them wouldn't deliberately flatter or fawn over her. Ning Rongrong was used to being treated as an equal, so how could she adapt to suddenly being assigned some nannies? If she wins the match, that's fine. But if she fails to even advance from the preliminaries, how will the sect's disciples view her as the young sect leader in the future? Ning Rongrong didn't want to put too much pressure on herself. Yao Zi, I heard you say that Feng Xiaotian from Shenfang Academy is very powerful. Can we recruit him? Ning Rongrong suddenly had a whimsical idea. You and Ai Yan are both fire attribute soul masters. The teacher also said in class that fire attribute soul masters can unleash powerful combination soul skills when they cooperate with wind attribute soul masters. Among the young geniuses of this generation in Tiando City, the most powerful wind attribute soul master is Feng Xiaotian. Ning Rongrong was no stranger to Feng Xiaotian. Both Du Guyan and Lei Meng had fought against Feng Xiaotian in the previous competition. According to information obtained by the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Feng Xiaotian's strength was enough to make him a leader among the younger generation. As the young sect leader, Ning Rongrong's potential task is also to recruit talents for the sect. Yao Zi shrugged, her face bitter. Feng Xiaotian is very strong. The three of us are only soul venerables, so I'm afraid we can't persuade him. The Divine Wind team has at least 4 soul masters. Why would Feng Xiaotian abandon his own strong team and join the royal fighting team too? However, nothing in this world is absolute. Yan added, I heard that Senior Qin Yuan is coming back. With a senior like him, there might be a chance to invite Feng Xiaotian. Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow, her joy undisguised. Yes, who would dare disrespect Brother Qin? As she spoke, she quickly ran out of the training room, muttering, no, I have to get ready. I can't let Brother Qin look down on our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Watching her hurried departure, Yan smiled helplessly. This Miss Rongrong is truly unconventional. He then looked at Yao Zi. However, we can't let our guard down. How about we have a friendly spar? Yao Zi said irritably. Weapon-type martial souls are the nemesis of plant-type martial souls. What, are you trying to gain confidence from me? It's not that bad. Yan shook his head. Yao Zi smiled suddenly. Then come on. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Chapter 197 Oscar's Fantasy. As Ning Rongrong ran down the mountain path, she saw the gatekeeper student rushing over. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked casually. The gatekeeper seemed to have found a pillar of support and hurriedly said, Miss Rongrong, a group of guys from Shrek Academy have come down from the mountain. They say they've been invited to learn and exchange ideas. What do you think? Everyone at the Heaven Do Royal Academy knew that the Royal Do Team 2 was actually the 7 treasure glazed tile schools team. Although Ning Rongrong, as the young sect leader, didn't want to be the captain, the entire Royal Do Team 2 respected her. The gatekeeper suddenly understood something. The Royal Fighting Team 2 currently only has 3 members. Shrek Academy's team has several talented students who were likely invited to join as supplementary members of the Royal Fighting Team 2. He would immediately let people go up the mountain as long as Ning Rongrong agreed. After returning from Sodo City, the members of the Royal Fighting Team were all talking about Shrek Academy. Although Ning Rongrong didn't know the details, the fact that the Royal Fighting Team remembered it meant that Shrek Academy must have some extraordinary abilities. After thinking for a moment, Ning Rongrong smiled and said, come down the mountain with me to see them. The gatekeeper, unaware of her thoughts, had no choice but to accompany her down the mountain. Down the mountain, the Shrek team didn't have to wait long before they saw people coming down from the mountain. Ning Rongrong, Yu Tianong asked, somewhat puzzled. Logically, shouldn't the 3 members of the education committee be the ones to try and win over Shrek Academy? At the very least, they should have sent a teacher in charge of the relevant matters. However, Yu Tianong didn't think much of it. After Shrek Academy merged into the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it was supposed to join the Royal Do second team. As an important figure in the Royal Do second team, it was normal for Ning Rongrong to go down the mountain to meet them. Soon, Ning Rongrong arrived in front of them. Oscar, from the Shrek team, blushed instantly. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Every move she made, every smile she gave, touched his heart. It seemed that such a perfect girl was a gift from heaven. Are you from Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong asked. As she spoke, she teased Yu Tianong, who was standing next to her, isn't this Yu Tianong? Where have you been all this time? Before Yu Tianong could answer, her gaze quickly swept over the Shrek Academy students. Indeed, the soul power levels of the Shrek Academy team members were not low, and many of them possessed auras comparable to hers. However, she didn't find anything particularly special about the Shrek Academy team members. In addition, she wanted to use Qin Yuan to recruit Feng Xiaotian into the Royal Fighting Team 2, so she had to go back to prepare and did not stay there any longer. It's nothing special, forget it, I won't waste any more time on you guys. With that, Ning Rongrong left the academy grounds. The Shrek members were somewhat at a loss. Ning Rongrong was speaking perfectly fine, so why did she leave? Or did she think they weren't talented enough to be her teammates? When Ning Rongrong left, She did not explicitly say whether she would let the Shrek group go up the mountain. After thinking it over, the gatekeeper decided to let them through. Sometimes, the absence of a clear refusal is an implicit assumption. If the Shrek Academy students act recklessly, powerful figures will teach them a lesson. However, if Shrek Academy is truly invited but is turned away at the door, it will inevitably be a loss of face for the Academy. On the way up the mountain, Oscar approached Yu Tianong and whispered, "Tianong, was that Ning Rongrong just now?" Seeing his infatuated expression, how could Yu Tianong not understand his thoughts? Yu Tianong sighed softly, patted Oscar on the shoulder, and said tactfully, "Ning Rongrong's father is the sect master Ning of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If nothing unexpected happens, Ning Rongrong will be the next successor of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has clear requirements for the partners of its disciples. They must be battle soul masters. I heard that the sect master Ning of that time took a fancy to a support-type soul master. That woman was so beautiful that countless geniuses fell at her feet. Given sect master Ning's status back then, he was a perfect match for that woman. Unfortunately, the rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are rigid, and even someone as noble as sect master Ning cannot change them, so he ultimately had to give up. Little Ao, you should understand what I mean." Oscar lowered his head upon hearing this, no longer harboring any further desires. "Yes, he's just an ordinary food-type soul master, a commoner with no background. How could he possibly expect someone as important as Ning Rongrong to lower herself to him?" "What are you saying?" Ma Hongjun leaned closer. Yu Tianong didn't say anything more. He had already said what he needed to say, and he hoped that Oscar could adjust his mindset. Led by the gatekeeper and at Flanders' request, Shrek and his group quickly arrived in front of the Board of Education. The teacher in charge of receiving the Education Committee immediately relayed the message to Meng Shenji. "What? The Shrek Academy people are here." Meng Shenji's lips twitched, as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Ming has already been imprisoned, and those people from Shrek Academy haven't received a single message, yet they still dare to come here. On second thought, the Shrek group indeed had no way to obtain information. At the time, all everyone knew was that the Education Committee was surrounded by Prince Schwexing's guards. Most of the teachers and students in the academy were unaware of what had happened, and the Shrek students naturally had no way of knowing. Meng Shenji spread out his soul power perception and quickly sensed the situation of the Shrek Academy members. Indeed, as Qin Ming said, the students at Shrek Academy are all rare geniuses. Flander and the others are also quite strong. Recruiting them into the academy would make them ready-made henchmen. What a pity, you should never have offended Douluo Bo. Meng Shenji had hoped that the Empire's gains in the secret realm would offset his mistake of misjudging people. Unfortunately, the secret realm contained no high-value treasures. The Empire had expended countless efforts and resources, only to suffer a huge loss in the end. While it wouldn't be fair to blame Meng Shenji, he wouldn't gain any credit for it either. Right now, the Empire is making every effort to win over Douluo Bo and Yi Tianxin. If he were to take in Shrek Academy, wouldn't he incur the wrath of the masses? "I don't seek to achieve nothing, but rather to avoid making mistakes," Meng Shenji sighed inwardly. He paused for a moment, then instructed, "Settle Shrek Academy in the reception room, then buy some time. Inform His Majesty Douluo and Senior Yi, and let them decide." Teachers who can work in the Education Committee naturally have excellent judgment. As soon as Meng Shenji spoke, the teacher understood the arrangements to come, and Meng Shenji didn't need to say anything more. After all, Qin Ming's background had already been exposed, and this teacher was present when Qin Ming was arrested. Letting Douluo Bo and Yi Tianxin handle this matter was simply to let them settle their scores and grievances. "Don't worry, Chief, I'll handle it well and make sure there's no trace left." Meng Shenji breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least, he hasn't fallen apart yet, and he still has a reliable subordinate. For a time, he found this teacher pleasing to the eye, and even considered promoting him. Chapter 198 Shrek is in for trouble. Outside the Education Committee. "I am Wang Xingping, the person in charge of reception from the Education Committee. You can call me Teacher Wang," Wang Xingping said with a faint smile. Chief Meng Shenji is in a meeting, and the rest of the Education Committee members are not at the academy for the time being. Friends from Shrek Academy, Please follow me into the reception room to rest for a while. Chief Dream Engineer will meet with you after his meeting. Flanders cupped his hands in thanks, saying gratefully, then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Wang. Wang Xingping waved and turned to walk into the Education Committee building. Dean Flander, you're too kind. Please come with me. After arranging for the person to stay in the meeting room, Wang Xingping made an excuse to leave and immediately relayed the message to Yi Tianxin. Douluo Bo doesn't often reside at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, but Yi Tianxin lives there permanently. However, Yi Tianxin was merely a support-type soul master with no combat abilities. In order to get revenge, he had no choice but to wait for Douluo Bo's arrival. The waiting time could only be used by Wang Xingping to keep Shrek Academy and his group calm. Inside the reception room, the meticulous Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but ask, Tianong, didn't you say that the 3 education committee members are getting old and won't leave the academy easily? It's true that Yu Tianong has spent a lot of time with the Shrek Academy students these past few days, but he also has his own channels for information. Regarding the matter of the secret realm, the Heavenly Do royal family had already allocated a quota to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although Yu Tianong did not know the specifics, he was aware that the sect had recently made a major move. The 3 education committee members are, after all, readily available Soul Douluo combatants, and will certainly contribute to the Heaven Do royal family when necessary. I heard that a major event has recently occurred on the mainland, involving both the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires. Therefore, it's not surprising that the 2 education commissioners were sent out to carry out a mission for the empire. Yu Xiaogang always felt that something was amiss, but he had no way of getting information and didn't know where the problem lay. At this moment, Xiao Wu sat on the chair in the reception room, feeling as if she had a thorn in her back and was unable to sit still. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tang San grabbed her arm and asked softly. Xiao Wu was in a state of utter confusion. She didn't know if the little flower on her forehead could block the detection of a Soul Douluo powerhouse, and what would happen if it was exposed. She didn't want to disappoint Tang San, and she didn't want Tang San to know her true identity. Third brother, I feel a little unwell. I want to go down the mountain for some fresh air, Xiao Wu said pitifully. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianong smiled and said, that's normal. After all, the academy is located high in the mountains. Compared to the foot of the mountain, the air here is thinner. It's difficult for ordinary people to adapt unless they live here for a long time. Flander nodded and said, Xiao San, take Xiao Wu down the mountain for some fresh air. You don't need to get involved in the rest. Upon learning that Jilin was a plant-type soul master, Flander had originally planned to have Tang San make an appearance before him. Now that Jilin was not at the academy, there was naturally no need for him to show his face. Furthermore, given Xiao Wu's current state, her continued presence here inevitably raises questions about the spirit and character of Shrek Academy. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Tianxin had been waiting for a long time. The moment Douluo Bo received the news, he rushed over. Brother Douluo, you've finally arrived. Yi Tianxin said anxiously, with a hint of complaint. Douluo Bo sighed softly, Old Yi, I had some things to take care of just now, and I was done quickly. Those Shrek guys are still here, aren't they? Yi Tianxin nodded. That Wang Xingping knows how to handle things, he's temporarily calmed those Shrek Academy guys down. They're really asking for trouble, daring to lay a hand on our granddaughter. But, he then changed the subject, warning, Brother Douluo, please don't kill anyone. The Shrek team also includes the Dai family prince from the Star Luo Empire and the Zhu family daughter. It cannot be ruled out that Shrek Academy has the support of the Star Luo royal family. The 2 empires have always been open-minded in academic exchanges. If you kill them, you will inevitably bring trouble to yourself and the Heaven Do Empire. Although Douluo Bo was tyrannical, he wouldn't kill just anyone. Since Douluo Yan was not dead, and Shrek Academy was bullying the weak, he could fight back without actually killing the Shrek students. Another point is that Qin Yuan mentioned that Shrek Academy might be backed by Tang Hao. Especially since Tang San's background is unclear, if things really come to a head, no one can withstand Tang Hao's retaliation. As the 2 were climbing the mountain, they happened to see Tang San and Xiao Wu coming down the mountain. Thanks to Xiao Hua's intervention and Douluo Bo's focus on Tang San, Xiao Wu remained undetected. However, This only strengthened Douluo's belief that Tang San was indeed Tang Hao's son. I have met Tang Hao. The child's eyebrows are exactly the same as Tang Hao's. Fourth brother is right, he is Tang Hao's son. Douluo immediately became alert. Yi Tianxin suddenly smiled. It's good that the kid left first. Since he didn't harm Tang Hao's son, Tang Hao has no reason to cause us trouble afterward. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Wu felt a great weight lifted off her shoulders. Third brother, those two old men were terrifying. One of them must be a title. Douluo powerhouse. Xiao Wu felt a sense of relief. The other person only glanced at her. With the small flower covering her, she was probably not exposed. Tang San looked up at the academy on the mountain with a face full of longing. With the appearance of a titled Douluo powerhouse, there's a high chance of getting to know them in the future. If he could receive cultivation guidance from a titled Douluo powerhouse, he could avoid many detours in his future cultivation journey. Of course, Tang San believes in the concept of a teacher for a day as a father for life, so he will not betray Yu Xiaogang, much less switch allegiance to someone else. Shrek, you've kept this old man waiting. A sharp shout entered the reception room, followed by an invisible pressure enveloping the Shrek Academy members. While Flander and Zhao Wuji were able to withstand it, the rest of the teachers and students of Shrek Academy were rendered helpless by this soul pressure, lying on the ground like mud, unable to move. A titled Douluo. Flander's eyes trembled. It was obvious that the newcomer was not one of the 3 education committee members. But how could they, on their first visit to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, afford to offend a titled Douluo? Thump. With a loud crash, the door to the reception room was flung open, revealing Douluo and Yi Tianxin standing there. Given Flander's limited knowledge, he naturally wouldn't recognize Douluo. But there's still Yu Tianong, isn't there? Seeing Yu Tianong with the Shrek Academy members, Douluo naturally wouldn't be polite to him. Senior Douluo, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the retaliation from my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Yu Tianong said through gritted teeth, each word distinct. What a joke. I've roamed the continent for decades, why would I be afraid of the mere Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Yu Tianong, you're no better. Back then, you pursued Yan Yan unsuccessfully, so what, now that you've switched to Shrek Academy, you think everything's settled? Douluo's face was extremely gloomy, as if he would engulf everyone present at any moment. Yu Tianong was speechless for a moment. He didn't leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy because Shrek Academy would be merged into the Academy, at which time he could simply transfer to the Royal Do second team. However, Douluo's appearance at this moment clearly indicated that he would not let him have his way. Chapter 199 Douluo's Ruthlessness. Flanders had a bad feeling. Douluo Yan had reprimanded Qinming for his behavior, but Qinming continued to do as he pleased. Now that the victim has come knocking, the matter of Yi Lingling's kidnapping is unlikely to be easily resolved. Flander could only pray silently that Qinming and Meng Xunji would arrive soon to rescue them. He was also relieved that he had allowed Tang San to leave with Xiao Wu beforehand. Otherwise, the enraged Douluo might have killed Tang San on the spot. Senior Douluo, one should take responsibility for one's own actions. I am the dean of Shrek Academy. It is my fault that I have failed to teach the children well. Flander said, enduring the pressure of the soul. You do have some sense of responsibility. It was Yi Tianxin who spoke. When you took my granddaughter hostage, did you ever think about today? Flanders was suffering in silence. It was Tang San's doing all by himself, but Tang San's background was so intimidating that he dared not blame Tang San. Senior Yi, this was indeed Shrek Academy's fault, and we are willing to make compensation. Compensation. Douluo laughed in fury. If my granddaughter had been in trouble in Soto City, your Shrek Academy would have been doomed. You should be thankful that things haven't spiraled out of control. Flander was at a loss for what to do, and his gaze unconsciously drifted to Yu Xiaogang, hoping that Yu Xiaogang could come up with a solution. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaogang, a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong, had already been lying on the ground pretending to be dead in the face of the pressure from a titled Douluo powerhouse. Of course, Yu Xiaogang was only a great soul master, the weakest among everyone present. Even if he wanted to react, he couldn't move in the face of the pressure from a titled Douluo. Flanders felt a pang of sorrow, as if his spine had been removed. Douluo is not from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and he just released his soul pressure. With Meng Shenji's soul Douluo strength, he must have already noticed it. Now that Shrek Academy is in danger, Meng Shenji has not shown up to stop it, presumably indicating he has no intention of recruiting Shrek Academy. As for Qin Ming, Flanders didn't dare to think any further. Given Douluo Bo's domineering nature, Qin Ming's actions that day will surely be punished, and I'm afraid. What, have you all become mute? Do I need to remind you how you persecuted Yan Yan and the others? Douluo Bo's voice was like thunder, instantly stunning the Shrek Academy members. After a moment, Zhao Wuji spoke cautiously. Seniors, Shrek Academy bears an unshirkable responsibility for what happened to your granddaughter. We will do whatever you say, even if it costs me my life. In the past, Zhao Wuji was indeed the infamous, immovable king, but after joining Shrek Academy, he found the goal he would pursue for the rest of his life. Now the academy is facing the biggest crisis since its founding, and he must step forward. Douluo Bo remained expressionless, simply standing still without making any further moves, and no one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Douluo Bo waved his hand, and an invisible force threw Zhao Wuji out of the reception room. This force did not stop, and continued to lift Zhao Wuji and throw him down the mountain. Originally, I thought your Shrek Academy was full of irresponsible cowards, but I never expected to find a true hero willing to give his life. Hey, you should be glad I'm in a good mood today and don't want to see blood. Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Zhao Wuji survived and Shrek Academy averted this crisis. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, punishment is inevitable. Douluo Bo's gaze sharpened, and a pair of scarlet snake eyes appeared behind him, staring at the Shrek group. While I'm in a good mood, get lost. Flanders felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He felt the soul pressure on his body decrease sharply. He didn't dare to linger and quickly pulled the person away. Wait, Yi Tianxin snapped, I told you to get lost. When did I say you could leave? This, Flanders gasped, if get lost is taken literally. It should be noted that the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy is located high in the mountains. If someone were to fall down the steps, they could potentially become crippled. Flanders knew it was deliberate harassment, but he was helpless and dared not ask Douluo Bo for confirmation, lest he upset the other party. Okay, we'll get out of here. Flanders seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, and took the initiative to set an example, curling his body into a ball and rolling out of the reception room. The other teachers at Shrek Academy, as well as Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the like, dared not object. Dai Mubai came from a good family, but he lacked backbone and dared not contradict Douluo Bo, so he also got out. Zhu Zuqing was left alone and had no choice but to go with the flow. Watching the Shrek Academy members tumble out of the reception room one by one, Yu Tianong's eyes blazed with fury. Such humiliation is irreconcilable. Douluo Bo, my Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan will never forget this disgrace. The reason Yu Tianong had such a bad temper was ultimately because Yu Shaogang had also been kicked out, and that was his most respected uncle. Normally, Yu Shaogang was quite tough, but when facing Douluo Bo, he became a coward. Of course, Yu Tianong didn't think Yu Shaogang was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He believed that Yu Shaogang had no choice but to submit due to Douluo Bo's tyranny. Oh, Yu Tianong, are quite bold. What, do you think I don't know that you joined Shrek Academy? Douluo Bo sneered, then suddenly rebuked, what old Yi just said naturally included you. Didn't you hear me? These days, Qin Ming's backbone has long been worn away, and he has already confessed everything he could. Through various means. In Douluo Bo's view, Yu Tianong was originally a member of the royal fighting team. When the team was in danger, Yu Tianong not only did not step forward, but also took the initiative to defect to the enemy. How is such a person any different from a traitor? Yu Tianong was furious. As one of the Blue Lightning twin stars, he had always been under the protection of his sect. But now, someone dared to disregard him, truly believing that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was easy to bully. But he seemed to have forgotten that Douluo Bo and the others no longer took the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family seriously, let alone the mere Yu Tianong. Douluo Bo was not going to tolerate Yu Tianong. He struck Yu Tianong's cheek with an invisible force from a distance. Yu Tianong's consciousness blurred instantly, and he was thrown out of the meeting room. One side of his face was swollen and red, making him look like a pig's head. Flander and the others rolled away from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, wanting to speak up for Yu Tianong, but Douluo didn't care about the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, so what was the point of their obstruction? Yu Tianong staggered to his feet, covering his face, and stammered, Douluo, this is the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, not a place for you to run wild. The 3 education committee members will not let you get away with this. The commotion was quite loud, and since it wasn't a rest day, students from the academy flocked to join in the fun. On ordinary days, Yu Tianong, relying on his status as the vice captain of the royal fighting team and the Blue Lightning twins, often bullied other students. Of course, Yu Tianong's behavior wasn't purely bullying, rather, he frequently forced ordinary students to spar with him under the guise of friendly competition. Chapter 200 Self-inflicted humiliation. Those trainees, lacking the strength, were brutally beaten, each suffering in silence. It must be understood that in the Douluo continent, strength is always paramount. If Yu Tianong had no background, they might have been able to rely on their families to take revenge. However, Yu Tianong's background is beyond their reach, so they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Now that Yu Tianong has been sanctioned, they couldn't be happier. Oh, didn't you join the Shrek Academy team? How come you're saying you're a student of the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Douluo looked at the person not far to his side with a half-smile. Xunji, since you're here, why don't you show your face? Having been called out, Xunji had no choice but to show himself. He is currently facing a choice between 2 options. If he protects Yu Tianong, he will offend Douluo and others. If he abandons Yu Tianong, he may offend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Neither option is a choice a seasoned official like him should make. If I absolutely had to make a choice. Yu Tianong, you have been absent from team training without cause and have disregarded the Empire's cultivation. Today, I am officially expelling you from the Royal Fighting Team. Furthermore, when the Royal Fighting Team was in danger, you disregarded the safety of your classmates and instead joined the opposing team. Such an unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial person is a disgrace to the Academy. I, Xunji, in the name of the Chief of the Education Committee, hereby formally revoke your student status and expel you from the Academy, never to be employed again. Xunji is not stupid. Douluo's strength may not be as great as that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but his 3 sworn brothers are all terrifying. Not to mention the powerful figures on the mainland who owe Yi Tianxin favors, Lei Zhen alone can influence the situation in the Heavenly Do Court. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, is an exceptional individual, destined to reach the pinnacle of soul masters in the future. Xunji, after all, was paid by the emperor and would never offend the forces of the Heavenly Do Empire. Furthermore, Yu Tianong has already been expelled from Douluo's ranks. What good would it do for him to stay? He would only cause more trouble. Upon hearing Xunji's words, Yu Tianong was completely dumbfounded. Everything he did was a complete disgrace to himself. Transferring schools voluntarily, dropping out, and being expelled are 2 completely different things. Especially the reason for expulsion given by Xunji. Once it gets out, his reputation will be ruined. The family values its reputation most. If that's the case, how can he compete with Yu Tianxin for the position of young sect leader? No, Chief Engineer Xunji, you can't do this to me. Before Yu Tianong could continue speaking, Douluo struck him again. Yu Tianong's previously intact cheek instantly swelled up, turning his entire face into a pig's head. The students present cheered with joy, and there were even those who took advantage of Yu Tianong's misfortune. Yu Tianong's head was buzzing, and he had no idea what was happening outside. At the foot of Tiando Royal Academy Mountain, Tang San and Xiao Wu were startled to see Zhao Wuji fly down the mountain. After Zhao Wuji's explanation, the 2 learned what had just happened and were also glad that they had left the reception room in advance. Zhao Wuji leaned against a rock and sighed repeatedly. With Senior Douluo's meddling, the Heaven Do Royal Academy's attempt to win them over is definitely ruined. This trip has already used up the Academy's last funds, and I'm afraid they will have to disband in the future. Before he could even think about where to go next, a ball of flesh suddenly rolled down the steps leading down the mountain. Zhao Wuji was taken aback at first, but after realizing what was happening, he immediately caught the person. It was none other than Ma Hongjun. His physique was so rounded, he was practically a sphere. The moment he rolled down the stairs, his speed became uncontrollable, and he continued his downward descent. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji caught him in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Before Zhao Wuji could figure out what was going on, more people rolled down the mountain. With the help of Zhao Wuji and Tang San, the Shrek Seven Devils managed to land safely, but each of them sustained serious injuries while tumbling down the stairs. More importantly, the scene of them tumbling down the stairs was witnessed by many students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and it wouldn't be long before the news spread throughout the entire Heaven Do city. Although Dugu Bo's revenge did not severely injure the Shrek Academy members, its subsequent impact on the academy was absolutely disastrous, even leading to the social deaths of Yu Tianong and others. In Tiando City, a carriage sped into the city. Surprisingly, despite the tight security in Tiando City, the carriage was not questioned at all. Instead, a welcoming procession lined up to greet it, and the carriage was allowed to enter the city directly. Not long after entering the city, the carriage stopped in front of a villa. Jilin and Bai Baoshan stepped out of the carriage. "Mr. Qin, would you like to come to my residence for a visit?" Qin Yuan, who was sitting by the window, shook his head slightly. "Thank you for the invitation, but I have important matters to attend to. I will come to bother you another day." Jilin cupped his hands in greeting, not insisting, and said, "I will look forward to your presence in the future, sir." Back in Tiando City, Qin Yuan didn't have time to rest. Although the trip to the secret realm was just an interlude, he gained a lot and needed to digest it properly. Back in the courtyard, behind the Golden Knife Squad, Qin Yuan declined all visits and went into seclusion there. Besides the gains from the secret realm, the most important thing about this trip was the system reward. My own comprehension is barely passable, but with the system's instant boost, I might be able to comprehend a higher level of understanding, Qin Yuan thought to himself. However, his swordsmanship has reached a major bottleneck, and it is no longer realistic for him to break through on his own. Admittedly, the system may provide a high amount of enlightenment boost, but he can't possibly try to explore the next step of the artistic conception during the enlightenment boost period, can he? Even if he manages to grasp it, so what? Once the boost to his comprehension ends, he still won't be able to cultivate. Furthermore, he can't guarantee that the insights he temporarily grasps will be the direction of cultivation he needs. There are very few master swordsmen on the mainland, and even fewer systematic training guides. Every step Qin Yuan takes from here on out will require him to figure it out on his own. If he makes a mistake, there's a high chance he won't be able to recover later. Therefore, we must have a clear direction before activating the power of comprehension. Qin Yuan pondered in his heart. Currently, Qin Yuan has two cultivation directions. One of them is to study existing self-created soul skills. The first two moves of the fiery blade technique have only just reached the great completion stage. With the help of his comprehension, he can quickly advance to the great perfection stage. Secondly, one could use the stone tablet for cultivation. The stone tablet obtained from the 7 treasure glazed tile school contains endless sword intent. If Qin Yuan can comprehend this endless sword intent, his sword technique level can be raised to a higher level. Compared to the improvement of self-created soul skills, the improvement of sword technique intent will have a more significant impact on his strength. Cultivating one's own soul skills can be calculated additively in terms of overall strength. For example, if Qin Yuan's current strength is 100 points, increasing the power of his self-created soul skill might only increase it by a few points. The improvement of swordsmanship and artistic conception has a multiplicative effect on overall strength. Even with a base of 100 points, multiplying by 1.1 results in a considerable increase in overall strength. Furthermore, the larger the multiplier, the greater the improvement. Chapter 201 Enlightenment Awakens, Shaking the Shackles. Qin Yuan took the stone tablet out of his soul tool and placed it in front of him. At the same time, he activated his martial soul, sat down on the ground, and entered a cultivation state as quickly as possible. Qin Yuan tried to communicate with the sword intent in the stone tablet by relying on his martial spirit, but after several attempts, he did not gain any insight. Qin Yuan opened his eyes and sighed softly. The only good news is that my sword intent does not repel the sword intent in the stone tablet. But they are not compatible either. It's like pouring water into an oil drum, the two are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. Such a situation during cultivation is not a good thing. Qin Yuan had to reconsider whether he should use his only chance to enhance his comprehension to comprehend the endless sword intent. The fact that the two sword intents didn't directly repel each other suggests a glimmer of hope for fusion. If the gamble pays off, comprehending the endless sword intent could at least increase Qin Yuan's strength by 30%. Now, Qin Yuan's soul power level has reached level 85, and his combat strength is approaching that of a level 95 title Douluo. Having comprehended the endless blade intent, even if his soul power level doesn't increase, he dares to claim invincibility even when facing sword Douluo in the future. Choosing the safer path and using the opportunity to create my own soul skills won't significantly improve my strength. Let's take a gamble. Qin Yuan made up his mind, and a thought crossed his mind. Open black lens bracket. The reward increases your swordsmanship comprehension, lasting for the duration of one incense stick. Once activated, it cannot be paused, and the time will not accumulate. Close black lens bracket. Qin Yuan paid no attention to the system panel. The moment his comprehension improved, the essence of the sword technique became incredibly clear in his eyes, as if he could touch it. Turning back to look at the stone tablet beside him, the endless sword intent seemed to no longer be just simple sword intent. In his eyes, it was divided into countless threads. He only needed to comprehend it from low to high in sequence, and the endless sword intent would be within his grasp. Qin Yuan dared not delay and tried again to communicate with the sword intent within the stone tablet using his martial spirit. This time, the two were no longer clearly distinct, with threads of sword intent surging towards the divine fire battle blade, making the veins of endless sword intent increasingly clear. In this wondrous state of enlightenment, Qin Yuan dared not slack off in the slightest, and accelerated his comprehension of the mysteries contained within the endless sword intent. At this moment, he was in seclusion and did not notice the soaring sword intent, but those who were far away could sense it. The golden knife shop was in complete chaos. Qin Yuan was incredibly powerful. Once his sword energy went out of control, nothing within 100 meters would grow. In an instant, everyone in the shop had evacuated and kept their distance. Before long, upon seeing Chen Zi, the members of the soul hunting squad affiliated with the shop surrounded him, asking him about the situation. Our leader is indeed in seclusion, he's probably about to break through. Everyone, listen up. Protect the area around the shop. Protect nearby pedestrians from the sword energy, and ensure no one disturbs our leader. Do a good job, and you'll be richly rewarded afterwards. Under Chen Zi's arrangement, the members of the many soul hunting teams affiliated with the small shop sprang into action. Looking at the scene in the courtyard, Chen Zi felt complicated. Not long ago, most of the resources that Qin Yuan exchanged at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were handed over to him. Chen Zi has also lived up to expectations, making breakthroughs in his strength in recent days and getting closer to becoming a soul saint. However, compared to Qin Yuan, the gap between the two seems to be widening. Chen Zi was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. He knew he was of no help to Qin Yuan, but rather a burden. Qin Yuan was willing to help him to repay the kindness he had shown him years ago. But for Chen Zi, Qin Yuan had long since repaid the debt of gratitude he owed. The strangely shaped medicinal herb improved his talent, and its value far exceeded that of a few meals. Boss, I hope you break through as soon as possible, become a top expert on the continent, and fulfill your ideals and ambitions. Chen Zi was genuinely happy for Qin Yuan. At the same time, he also made up his mind to cultivate diligently in the future and try his best to catch up with Qin Yuan's pace. Qin Yuan's breakthrough caused quite a stir. All the Seoul Douluo level and above powerhouses living in and around Heaven Do City could detect it. That's the direction of the Golden Knife Shop. Such a powerful sword intent, is Mr. Qin about to break through? Jilin was speechless. After entering the secret realm, everyone in the Heavenly Do Empire's team stayed almost inseparable. They failed to obtain any treasures, and Qin Yuan most likely didn't either. The only variable is that Qin Yuan and Shu Yin entered the temple initially, and they didn't know what happened afterward, but they were teleported into the second level of the secret realm not long after. Afterwards, Qin Yuan didn't explain why the second level of the secret realm had opened, but it was likely related to the temple. Jilin and Bai Baoshan had long suspected this, but they had never been able to get confirmation from them. The only thing Shu Yin and Mr. Qin have in common is that they both possess weapon-type martial spirits. Perhaps, the temple contains records of a lineage related to sword techniques, Bai Baoshan speculated. Jilin nodded, but added a reminder, Mr. Qin is always particular about his work, and never keeps anything to himself. The reason he didn't share this inheritance is either because it has extremely limited limitations, or because it can only be cultivated by one person and cannot be passed on to others. Let's pretend we don't know anything and not say anything, so as not to cause trouble for Mr. Qin. Qin Yuan's character is evident to all, which is why neither Bai Baoshan nor Jilin raised any objections along the way. On the other side, in a cheap inn in Tiando City. After leaving the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the Shrek group settled here. The candy beans made by Xiao Xin quickly healed the injuries on the Shrek members. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Flander was annoyed, and his tone became more forceful. Among the group, only Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were unharmed. The three of them left the room and quickly gathered information. Dean, I heard that a powerful expert in the city has broken through. The commotion is so great that many people have gone to watch, Tang San replied. A strong person. Flander looked out the window, his eyes filled with envy. Such commotion strongly suggests that someone is attempting to break through the barriers to become a title Douluo, or at the very least, a high-level soul Douluo. If Flander possessed such strength, Shrek Academy wouldn't have suffered the humiliation at the hands of Du Gubo and the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Alright, let's focus on recovering. We're not going anywhere to avoid causing any more trouble. Flander leaned back on the sofa, his face full of worry. Half an incense stick's time has passed. With the help of his comprehension, the boundless sword intent was broken down into countless smaller segments. At this moment, Qin Yuan had already comprehended all the components after the split, but a problem arose in the final fusion stage. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Collecting all the pieces is only the first step, the next step is to complete the puzzle. If you fail to complete it, all your previous efforts will be wasted. If you put the pieces in the wrong positions, your cultivation will encounter serious problems. The fusion of the Endless Blade Intent and the Divine Fire Battle Blade has reached its limit. Relying on the martial soul will yield no further gains. Qin Yuan knew the truth, but there was nothing he could do about it. When comprehending the intent of the sword, only the martial soul has the deepest connection with oneself. If the martial soul can completely fuse with the endless sword intent, it means that the person can also comprehend it. Chapter 202 The third form of the fiery blade, Dare to Fight. If you were to use another sword, the weapon and the soul master would have no connection whatsoever. Even if you could cultivate boundless sword intent, it would never be complete, and there's a high probability that the sword intent would be sealed within the weapon. Once you leave that weapon, the sword intent would cease to exist. In his anxiety, Qin Yuan suddenly realized, the divine artifact is connected to my sea of consciousness. Although it's not a martial soul, it has become a part of my body. The Star River Blade has already recognized him as its master and is under his control. The sword intent it has cultivated will naturally be fed back to him. Most importantly, the Star River Blade is a divine artifact, and even the lowest-ranking divine artifact is far superior in quality to Qin Yuan's Divine Fire Battle Blade. With his comprehension boosting his time, Qin Yuan dared not delay. With a thought, a long sword appeared, carrying with it countless stars. The blade was completely transparent, and it seemed as if stars flowed within it. The Star River Blade simply floated there calmly, yet its boundless power was enough to send chills down one's spine. The artifact exudes a powerful aura. Anyone who tries to probe it will soon be exposed. Killing God Domain. The Killing God Domain covered the entire courtyard, its crimson expanse and membrane preventing visual probing. The domain's inherent power also prevented spiritual and soul power-based probing, truly placing Qin Yuan in a safe zone. The moment the Star River Blade came into contact with the endless sword intent, it trembled incessantly, as if it had received some kind of intimate call. The Star River Blade contains the power of an infinite star river. Could it be connected to the endless sword intent? Qin Yuan wondered. Although endless and infinite have similar meanings, they are not necessarily the same thing. However, judging from the current performance, it is much easier to comprehend the endless sword intent by using the Star River Blade than by using the Divine Fire Battle Blade. Above the sky, a figure in white robes stood on a sword, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. His face was resolute, and his eyes were sharp as swords, fixed on one spot. Old swordsman, that stone tablet has been in the sect for a long time. Countless geniuses in the sect, including you, have tried to comprehend it, but none of them have gained anything. I didn't expect that it would benefit Mr. Qin. Gu Rong lay on the cloud, looking lazy, with 9 parts envy and 1 part barely perceptible jealousy in his eyes. Sword Dao Chenshin's gaze gradually narrowed, a faint smile appearing on his face. He suddenly sighed. Heroes are as numerous as carp crossing a river. To share an era with such a prodigy is both our fortune and our misfortune. After a moment's thought, he boldly declared, perhaps it won't be long before we witness the birth of a level 99 limit Douluo. You have so much confidence in him. Gu Rong exclaimed in surprise. The entire 7 treasure glazed tile school has already overestimated Qin Yuan. Based on ancient records and Chen Xin's exploration of higher realms, the 7 treasure glazed tile school believed that Qin Yuan's future strength would be between the peak of level 97 and level 98, and never thought that he could reach level 99. Breaking through to level 98 is difficult even for a title Douluo like Sword Dao Chen Xin, but Qin Yuan possesses a 100,000-year soul ring, which already meets one of the conditions for a breakthrough. As for level 99, Tang Chen and Qian Dalu back then were both exceptionally brilliant individuals. Although Qin Yuan had accumulated a wealth of experience before making his breakthrough, he was still quite old. When Qian Dalu and Tang Chen first emerged, they were only in their early 30s, while Qin Yuan was almost 40. It should be understood that, given the same level of cultivation, the younger a soul master is, the greater their future potential. The 7 treasure glazed tile school has never produced a limit Douluo in its history, so how could they know what kind of realm a limit Douluo is? Therefore, they dare not think in that direction. A 100,000-year spirit ring can greatly increase the chance of breaking through to level 98. Mr. Qin has multiple 100,000-year spirit rings, so breaking through to level 98 is almost a certainty. However, to become a level 99 limit Douluo, one needs to reach the peak in multiple dimensions such as spirit power accumulation, spirit ring configuration, and martial spirit comprehension at the same time before there is a chance to break through. Chen Xin's original family had a deep understanding of the Qian family. Therefore, Chen Xin knew that the Qian family was not good at swordsmanship. Qian Daoliu could only have reached the pinnacle in other aspects if he had broken through to level 99. In contrast, Tang Chen is the typical template for limit Douluo. The chaotic cloak hammer technique, the 9 absolute techniques of Houshan sect, and the great Sumeru hammer profound meaning are all masterpieces created by Tang Chen back then. It can be said that Tang Chen single-handedly propelled the Houshan sect from a second or third-rate sect to the top of the 3 sects. He possesses the essence of swordsmanship, he also has his own created soul skills, and his soul ring configuration is even more exaggerated than Tang Chen's. Do you think someone like him isn't qualified to break through to the limit Douluo level? In fact, I even think that his strength after breaking through will be even stronger than Tang Chen's, Jian Dao Chen Xin analyzed. Gu Rong looked up at the sky, pondering the analysis of Jian Dao Chen Xin in his mind. After a long silence, he sighed softly, "You're right. It's a pity that Feng Ji concealed important information during the commission. I'm afraid Mr. Qin will harbor resentment towards the sect and will be difficult to win over." Chen Xin shook his head. Such a person would never submit to anyone. Befriending him would be the sect's greatest strategic success. Forcibly winning him over would only breed resentment and be a losing proposition. Gu Rong sat up abruptly, his expression solemn. "What you say makes sense. I'll go back to the sect right away and convey your opinion to Feng Ji, old sword master. By the way, I know you can't sit still, old sword master, so I'll clear out the back mountain and let you all do as you please." "Thank you," Jian Daochen said. The endless sword intent and the Star River blade quickly merged, and at the moment the fusion was successful, starlight suddenly appeared in Qin Yuan's vision. In the first second, there were only a handful of starlight, but in the next second, countless points of light emerged, as if to surround Qin Yuan himself. Filled with curiosity, Qin Yuan reached out and grasped one of the points of light, and was immediately shocked. The starlight actually contains sword intent. Could it be that the infinite starry river and the endless sword intent have merged to create a new move? Qin Yuan dared not be careless and quickly summoned the divine fire battle blade martial soul, attempting to manipulate the myriad starlight. Surprisingly, the starlight moved spontaneously along with the blade, as if the divine fire blade was their core. Suddenly, Qin Yuan swung his knife out. The blade traced an arc, unleashing a sudden burst of boundless sword light. Countless starlight transformed into a galaxy, streaking across the sky, leaving dazzling, lingering streaks. Each galaxy contained boundless sword intent, annihilating upon contact. What a powerful strike! Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This attack caused quite a stir. Everyone in the entire Heaven Do city could see it. Now, he'll have to give the royal family a proper explanation. At the same time, the blessing of enlightenment completely ended, and Qin Yuan returned to his original state. However, all the techniques and sword intent gained from training were stored away. I not only gained endless sword intent, but also a powerful self-created soul skill for free. I'm really lucky. Qin Yuan thought for a moment and decided to give that move a name. Let's call it Infinite Starlight. At the same time, he also incorporated this move into his fiery blade, making it his third self-created soul skill. Chapter 203: A Battle of Artistic Conception. Snap 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 tilde. Just as Qin Yuan finished his cultivation, he heard bursts of applause coming from the sky. Mr. Qin truly deserves to be called a prodigy. I am deeply impressed by his talent and comprehension. The newcomer was Jian Daochenshin. He came here not only to observe Qin Yuan's breakthrough and seek inspiration for his own, but also to help protect him. Of course, his primary motivation was to challenge Qin Yuan to a duel after his breakthrough. Fortunately, no one caused any trouble during the process, and everything went smoothly. Qin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Senior Sword Douluo. As agreed, I will later compile my insights into the Endless Blade intent into a book for your review. Chen Xin waved his hand, not in a hurry. The experiences of others in achieving breakthroughs can only serve as a reference for oneself. Blindly imitating or learning from others will inevitably lead to a dead end on the path of cultivation. Those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die. This is the true essence of cultivation. Of course, Chen Xin didn't think he could learn anything from it, so he wasn't in a hurry. No rush. I have come here to challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? Of course, this is just a casual sparring match and will not involve anything else. What do you say, sir? I couldn't ask for more. Qin Yuan suddenly smiled. After breaking through, he does need to fight against strong opponents in order to consolidate his own realm. Sword Dao Chenshin is a grandmaster of the sword path. Although swords and sabers are different paths, they lead to the same goal. With the help of Sword Dao Chenshin, Qin Yuan can also see his own shortcomings. In the past, the difference in strength between the two was too great, so there was no need for them to spar. Now, it's just right. But, Qin Yuan said somewhat awkwardly, I made too much noise just now. If I don't explain to His Majesty, there will inevitably be misunderstandings. No need for that, I will explain to His Majesty for you. Du Gubo's voice drifted from afar. The news of Qin Yuan's breakthrough spread, and he rushed to the golden knife shop to take charge. Seeing Qin Yuan's embarrassed expression, he stepped in to help him out. Thank you very much, Brother Dugu. Qin Yuan was quite grateful. When the god of slaughter domain was unfurled, he sensed Du Gubo. This heartfelt expression of gratitude naturally also expresses thanks to the other party for their protection of the Dharma. It was nothing, you can go with Sword Douluo. Du Gubo waved his hand and turned to walk towards the crowd of onlookers. Without delay, Jian Daochenshin quickly said, follow me. Titled Douluo powerhouses can walk on air, but Sword Daochenshin chose to fly on his sword simply because it was faster. In order to get Qin Yuan to the back mountain of the 7 treasure glazed tile school as soon as possible, he placed the 7-kill sword in front of Qin Yuan. He originally wanted Qin Yuan to ride on his 7-kill sword to avoid wasting time on the road, but seeing that Qin Yuan could ride the wind at a speed that was not slow at all, he gave up the idea. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon learning of Qin Yuan's situation, Ning Fengji felt conflicted. Logically speaking, given Qin Yuan's age, he has every opportunity to become an important member of Ning Rongrong's team in the future. But his breakthrough speed is too fast. By the time Ning Rongrong inherits the sect master's position, Qin Yuan will probably already be a super Douluo. By then, how much weight will the 7 treasure glazed tile school's efforts to win them over carry? Of course, even now, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has no chance of winning over Qin Yuan. Since the situation has changed, Ning Fengji's idea is to unconditionally befriend Qin Yuan. In particular, the Spirit Hall's recent actions have become increasingly aggressive, and Ning Fengji keenly sensed an impending storm. By the time Ning Rongrong befriends Qin Yuan, it will be too late. Ning Fengji was getting impatient and decided to take matters into his own hands to try and get the 7 treasure glazed tile school to become allies with Qin Yuan. Of course, Qin Yuan is currently no match for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. But Ning Fengji doesn't mind taking a gamble on Qin Yuan's future. The stronger Qin Yuan becomes, the greater the benefits the 7 treasure glazed tile school can gain. Just as Ning Fengji was pondering a specific method, a powerful fluctuation of soul power suddenly came from the back mountain of the sect. Even though Bone Douluo had informed him beforehand, Ning Fengji, as the sect leader, still had to inquire about it to prevent any accidents from happening. Upon learning that Sword Douluo and Qin Yuan were sparring, Ning Fengji was relieved. At the same time, he dispatched Bone Douluo to protect the sect and prevent it from being affected by the aftershocks of the battle between the 2 powerful figures. The back mountain of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qin Yuan and Jian Daochenshin stood facing each other. Chen Xin held a sword in one hand and the other behind his back, the tip of the sword pointing diagonally at the ground, displaying the demeanor of a grandmaster. Qin Yuan casually held the divine fire battle blade, appearing relaxed and showing no signs of nervousness or hesitation in the face of a powerful opponent. In a battle fought with the cultivation of a soul master, I would undoubtedly have the advantage, which is not the outcome I desire. In the upcoming sparring, we will purely use our martial souls and self-created soul skills. Are you up for it? Jian Dao Chen Xin's voice was loud, and his eyes revealed a sharp glint. After comprehending the boundless sword intent, even relying on his soul master cultivation, Qin Yuan's strength was no less than that of Sword Dao Chen Xin. However, Qin Yuan's main goal was to hone his swordsmanship, not simply to win the duel. Why wouldn't I dare? Please be careful, senior. Qin Yuan took the lead, transmitting his power from the ground to his feet and then to his entire body. He was extremely fast, constantly changing direction during his sprint using the snow treading without a trace technique. Logically speaking, the highest level of swordsmanship is to have no moves and yet have moves. Qin Yuan's movements were too dense and frequent, giving people a dazzling feeling, but this was actually effective, obscuring his true intentions. Well done. Chen Xin raised the 7-kill sword. It is unwise to passively fall into the opponent's rhythm when facing an opponent whose moves are constantly changing. Chen Xin simply stood still, the 7-kill sword only swayed slightly, seemingly doing nothing, but Qin Yuan could sense that the 7-kill sword was accumulating a powerful sword intent, which would erupt instantly once he got close. Although sword masters often use sword energy for long-range attacks and seem to be bad at close combat, in reality, each of them is a killing god in close combat. Qin Yuan's swordsmanship possessed a high level of artistic conception, and he had a profound understanding of it. He was unfamiliar with Jian Daochenshin's strength and was only making a probing attack. There was no need to be reckless, but he would not hold back his own sharpness either. Qin Yuan leapt into the air, wielding his sword with both hands, and unleashed a powerful and heavy strike with the force of splitting Mount Hua. The battle blade martial spirit itself is extremely heavy, and has a wide range of moves to choose from. Qin Yuan decided to use this heavy blow to test Chen Xin's response. Amazingly, Kendo Chenshin was not shaken by his power and remained calm and composed. However, at this moment, the 7-kill sword moved. As the 7-kill sword slashed upwards, Chen Xin braced his left arm against the blade, bracing himself for the immense force of the impact. The battle blade struck the 7-kill sword, and the two powerful martial spirits resonated with each other, as if they were long-awaited worthy opponents. The force of the collapsing mountain and shattering rocks was skillfully neutralized by Chen Xin, who took a step back with his left leg to dissipate the force. The two martial souls collided, the sharpness of the saber intent and the sword intent clashing together, and sword energy and saber energy overflowed. The surrounding trees seemed to be swept away by the tide, falling outward from the two of them. Impressive. Chen Xin rarely praised others, and the number of times he praised someone to their face was even fewer. Such high praise speaks volumes about Qin Yuan's strength. The two then parted ways, the first probing move giving them a direct understanding of each other's strength. Chapter 204 The Pinnacle of Swords and Blades. In the Douluo continent today, the pinnacle of swordsmanship is undoubtedly Chen Xin. Although the Sen family is a great school of swordsmanship, each leader of the Sen family has relied on the blessing of the angel god to cultivate, and has very little time to practice swordsmanship. Take Qian Douluo for example. The main reason he was able to break through to level 99 was the blessing of the divine trial. If he relied on his own abilities, he probably wouldn't be qualified. The only pity is that the Jian Dao Chen family has declined, and now only Jian Dao Chen Xin remains. If Qin Yuan had lived in the era when Qian Douluo and Tang Chen rose to prominence, he might have witnessed the true pinnacle of swordsmanship. The back mountain of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qin Yuan and Jian Daochen controlled the intensity of their fight to ensure they didn't make too much noise. When strong individuals clash, the worst thing they can do is be ambushed by another strong individual. When they fight, they need to be fully focused on the battle. If a strong opponent of the same level hides in the surroundings, it is easy for them to launch a successful sneak attack. It should be noted that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School originated from commerce. Although its headquarters are located outside Tiando City, there are several major trade routes nearby, with countless merchants coming and going. The outbreak of fierce conflict inevitably makes people think that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was attacked by the enemy. Those with ulterior motives might take the opportunity to lurk in the shadows and launch a sneak attack. It was just a friendly sparring match, neither of them wanted to see any unexpected trouble. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, Jian Dao Chenxin sensed the immense power of the boundless sword intent. The so-called endless sword intent, once unleashed, will remain in the air as long as Qin Yuan does not actively retract it. If it is not cleared in time, Chen Xin may be injured by the sword energy every time he dodges. Furthermore, if too much sword energy accumulates around him, it's hard to guarantee that Qin Yuan won't have even more powerful methods to crush him. Of course, the power of the endless blade intent goes far beyond this, these are just manifestations. Its true strength lies in the release of its soul skills. Even if Qin Yuan uses an ordinary soul skill, as long as the enemy does not completely annihilate the soul skill, the endless sword intent will automatically recondense the soul skill, and the power of the soul skill will not decrease during the process. Your strength is probably beyond that of a soul Douluo. Let's try again, Chen Xin said, his expression becoming more serious. He raised his right hand above his head, making a sword-pointing gesture, and a gigantic seven-kill sword appeared behind him. This is not the true form of the martial soul, but rather the illusory form of the seven-kill sword condensed from sword energy. A 3-foot sword opens up a vast territory, its sharp edge sways even ghosts and gods. One day, looking back, one realizes that the crabapple blossoms are fragrant. Qin Yuan stepped back. Whenever Jian Dao Chenxin recited poetry, the following soul skill would be anything but simple. The massive seven-kill sword, formed from condensed sword energy, faintly pierced the sky. This strike could be considered the pinnacle of power. At the same time, this strike was extremely loud, so to avoid trouble, the sparring would end after this move. The final blow, then, the third form of the fiery blade, infinite starlight. Qin Yuan refused to be outdone and unleashed his newly created powerful soul skill. The clash of swords and blades, a clash of titans, leaves the victor uncertain. It was already evening. After Xiao Xin's treatment, the Shrek team members recovered most of their condition. Tianung's cheeks were still a little swollen, and his jaw ached slightly when he spoke, but it no longer affected his ability to move around freely. Shrek Academy's funds have been exhausted, and Dai Mubai is still paying for the hotel room. While at the inn, persuaded by Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and others, Flander rekindled his fighting spirit. As evening fell, the Shrek group left the inn to search for opportunities to rebuild the academy in Heaven Do City. Before long, they came to a notice board and noticed Blue Tyrant Academy's recruitment advertisement. Blue Tyrant Academy is a newly established high-level Soul Master Academy in recent years. In the last Soul Master competition, their team made it to the finals. If they hadn't encountered the Royal Fighting Team from the previous competition, they might have had a chance to achieve even better results. Yu Tianeng spoke with some stuttering, and he could still feel the pain in his cheek. Given the current situation, joining Blue Tyrant Academy seems to be their only option. Returning to Soto City would offer no future. After all, they would still face suppression from the Barak Kingdom's Ministry of Education, lacking the qualifications to run a school, and would be unable to participate in the Soul Master competition 2 years later. Blue Tyrant Academy performed well in the previous competition, and they will definitely need to assemble an even stronger team for this year's tournament. The arrival of Shrek Academy will undoubtedly strengthen the Blue Tyrant team. Most importantly, Blue Tyrant Academy is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, so once you come here, you no longer have to worry about being bullied by outsiders. To avoid upsetting Yu Shaogang, Yu Tianeng didn't reveal the details of Blue Tyrant Academy, but only said some nice things. An academy that admits commoners shares the same philosophy of education for all as Shrek Academy. I, the dean, have decided that we will go to Blue Tyrant Academy. After saying this, Flander glanced meaningfully at Yu Shaogang. Back then, Yu Shaogang was the first to break away from the Golden Iron Triangle. Afterwards, although Flander and Luerlong separated, they maintained written contact for a period of time. Upon hearing the name Blue Tyrant Academy, he immediately thought of Luerlong. However, Flander felt somewhat guilty. He and Luerlong founded their academies at the same time. Luerlong's academy had already achieved good results in the Soul Master competition, while his Shrek Academy had not only never participated in the Soul Master competition, but was also facing the predicament of disbanding. Since everyone agrees, let's go take a look. With his hands behind his back, Yu Shaogang urged Yu Tianeng to lead the way. Compared to when they arrived, the Shrek group was no longer under time pressure, so they simply strolled around the city, enjoying the scenery of Heaven Do City as they traveled. As the sun sets in the west, a peak is shaved off the back mountain of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The mountain's cut was clean, and Qin Yuan and Jian Daochenshin stood on the cut surface, their figures incredibly stable. In their intense duel just now, the two tacitly diverted the aftershocks of the battle elsewhere, but the power was unexpectedly immense, directly slicing off the top of a mountain. Fortunately, people in the vicinity were evacuated in advance, otherwise, the landslide would have caused significant casualties. This is truly exhilarating. It's been a long time since anyone has given me a truly satisfying battle. Sword Dao Chenshin laughed heartily. As a revered Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he could only spar with Ji Yu Rong on a daily basis. However, the two spent every day together and were extremely familiar with each other's moves, so further sparring would lose its meaning. As far as the sect was concerned, Ning Fengji would rather keep the sword bone Douluo around than let them encounter tough battles. After all, the sect's stability was more important than anything else. Over time, Jian Daochenshin no longer had a suitable sparring partner. Qin Yuan bowed deeply and said gratefully, "It is my honor to fight with you with all my might, senior. Thank you for your guidance." Chen Xin shook his head, not seeking credit. It's not about giving guidance, it's just a friendly sparring match between evenly matched opponents. As he spoke, he found a large rock to sit on and beckoned Qin Yuan to come to his side. Chapter 205 Oscar wants to join the Golden Knife Shop. Next, Qin Yuan shared all his experience in cultivating the endless blade intent with Jian Dao Chen Xin. Because he was in a state of heightened understanding at the time, many difficult questions were naturally resolved by him. Even when he tried to recount them later, he didn't know where to begin and could only gloss over them with the phrase, "It happened naturally." With the system's blessing of enlightenment, how many people on the mainland can have such an opportunity? Qin Yuan tried to explain a lot, but it was ultimately like casting pearls before swine. It's not that Jian Daochenshin's comprehension is too low, but rather that there are simply no solutions to many of the processes. Once he gets stuck at a certain point, listening to the subsequent content becomes meaningless. Chen Xin pressed his hand down and sighed softly, "I have already noted down what you just said, and you don't need to compile it into a book. I have recently had some inspiration and plan to go into seclusion for a while. If there is anything I don't understand about the endless blade intent, I would be grateful if you would enlighten me." Qin Yuan cupped his hands in a respectful bow. "Senior Sword Douluo, you are too kind." The stone tablet was a free gift from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Without its help, I would not have broken through today. In fact, I should thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me. Chen Xin waved his hand, clearly not caring about these things. Qin Yuan paused and added, I will not be leaving Tiando City anytime soon, and you are welcome to come and exchange experiences with me at any time. Qin Yuan also gained a lot from this exchange. The flaws in the original moves, or the parts that were only partially understood, have now been thoroughly understood. In terms of gains, they are no less than those of Chen Xin. After saying that, Jian Chenxin simply nodded in response and said nothing more. Qin Yuan glanced around and immediately realized that the back mountain was where Jian Dao Chenxin had secluded himself for cultivation, and that his continued presence here would be in the way. After saying goodbye, he went down the mountain. Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo had been waiting for him on his inevitable path for a long time. Of course, the alliance was not something to be rushed. The two sides exchanged a few pleasantries and then went their separate ways. Looking in the direction Qin Yuan had left, Ji Yu wrong side, to be able to rival the old swordsman in terms of artistic conception, his future breakthroughs will have no bottlenecks. As long as he accumulates enough soul power, he will probably reach the old swordsman's current level within 10 years. If he comprehends even deeper levels of artistic conception in the meantime, he might truly become the next Tang Chen. Bone Douluo sighed, but also felt some worry. Tang Chen's rise to power was certainly a boon to the Haoshan sect, but the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was a direct competitor of the Haoshan sect and was once suppressed by the Haoshan sect. Otherwise, how could the former sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school have died in despair? How could Ning Fengji have been entrusted with the mission in a time of crisis and taken over the sect's power at such a young age? Ning Fengji, on the contrary, had no worries and said with a smile, after all, he has no ties. The Golden Knife Shop is just a loose alliance, and its affiliated members are unlikely to be of one mind with them. A lone, powerful individual with no conflict of interest with us. Having such an ally can relieve a great deal of pressure for us. Hopefully, those powerful figures in the spirit hall won't lose sleep over this. Inside Tiando City, as the sun completely set and dusk approached, Flander couldn't help but urge, children, stop playing and get to Blue Tyrant Academy as soon as possible. If we wait until it gets late, everyone will need to rest, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Shrek Academy is completely broke. Staying at a hotel for one night will definitely require booking multiple rooms, which will cost Dai Mubai and the others money. As the dean, Flander really didn't want to lose face in front of the students. The Shrek group refocused and quickened their pace. Before they had gone far, their gaze was drawn to a magnificent building in the distance. This building looks out of place with the other buildings around it, and there are many powerful soul masters coming and going in front of the huge building entrance. Looking up, the 4-character plaque was strikingly prominent. Golden Knife Shop. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but scoff. Such a large complex of buildings, and they still call themselves a small shop. This Golden Knife Shop has an extraordinary background, so don't act recklessly, Yu Tianeng hurriedly reminded him. Flanders was somewhat puzzled. The layout of Tiando City has remained unchanged for decades, with many places still resembling their appearance from over 20 years ago. Only this street has been completely renovated. Furthermore, the bluestone paving stones on this street are very smooth, and carriages passing through here experience almost no bumps. Such a grand gesture. Could this be the territory of some powerful force? With so many soul masters coming and going, does this little shop perhaps sell treasures related to soul masters? Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Yu Tianeng relaxed a lot and explained with a smile. A few years ago, the Golden Knife Shop was just a general store that was temporarily located in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Currently, the actual manager of the Golden Knife Shop is only a soul emperor, but no one dares to underestimate him, as he is backed by the renowned Mr. Qin Yuan. It's him. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yuan had met them in Nottingham City before. Tang San recognized Qin Yuan's extraordinary abilities, but he didn't know the other party's specific strength. After Yu Tianeng explained it to him, he finally understood. Qin Yuan snatched the title of the youngest theoretical master from Yu Shaogang, which made Yu Shaogang dissatisfied with him for a time. However, the emergence of the Golden Knife Shop is undoubtedly a boon to the entire Soul Master world. Yu Shaogang, unusually taking a neutral stance, praised it, saying, "The soul hunting team industry is an industry that is necessary to exist, but due to the uneven quality of team members, the reputation of this industry has declined sharply. The Golden Knife Shop has been able to achieve such a large scale, which must be due to the strict system that governs its members. This is undoubtedly a great benefit to the thousands of ordinary soul masters." Yu Tianong's expression was quite awkward as he listened to Yu Xiaoging's praise. The rise of the Golden Knife Shop made the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan a mere backdrop. Back then, Yu Luomian openly and covertly suppressed Qin Yuan, even trying to force Qin Yuan to join the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Unfortunately, after Dugu Bo appeared, all of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's plans came to naught. Once the outside world learned that a title Douluo was behind the Golden Knife Shop, its fame spread far and wide. With the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Heaven Do imperial family secretly pulling the strings, the Golden Knife Shop is practically becoming the only officially designated agency within the Heaven Do Empire. Does that mean that if we want to hunt souls in the future, we can go to the Golden Knife Shop? As long as we pay a sufficient price, we can not only guarantee our personal safety, but also obtain suitable soul rings. Oscar's face was full of surprise. As a commoner food-type soul master, these are what he needs most. Yu Tianong's lips twitched, but he still nodded in response, "That's true." In addition to accepting soul hunting commissions, the Golden Knife Shop also accepts commissions of other types. However, it cannot violate the bottom line of the laws of the Heaven Do Empire. Oscar couldn't help but take a few more glances at the shop's impressive architecture. After graduation, he will eventually set foot in the world of soul masters. Joining the Golden Knife Shop might be a good way out. As a support-type soul master, joining a force that can control its subordinates would naturally provide a sense of security. Most importantly, the members of the Golden Knife Shop are very free and generally do not force anyone to take on tasks. Chapter 206 Yu Tianong is in big trouble. As the Shrek 7 devils were exchanging words, Qin Yuan, who had just returned from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, happened to walk past them. Along the way, Qin Yuan overheard many passers-by discussing the sordid dealings of Yu Tianong and Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy's humiliation at the hands of Dugu Bo at the Heaven Do Royal Academy was also widely recounted by some. Therefore, Qin Yuan already knew of Shrek Academy's arrival. However, he had no connection with Shrek Academy whatsoever. On the contrary, Tang Hao had attacked him, and the two were now sworn enemies. Qin Yuan's decision not to kill him on the spot was already an act of extraordinary mercy. "Senior Qin," Tang San called out softly. Originally, Tang San wanted to thank Qin Yuan in person for saving his life in the Stardo Great Forest. However, remembering the difference in their social status, he immediately lost his nerve, his voice barely audible. Flanders patted his shoulder lightly, then turned to the crowd. "Let's go, children. Such a powerful being is beyond our reach right now. Strong people often have eccentric personalities, never offend them." Shrek and his friends joined Blue Tyrant Academy without many surprises, just as things were in the original timeline. In the previous Soul Master competition, Blue Tyrant Academy seemed to have exhausted all their luck, so much so that they haven't been able to assemble their team for this year's competition. Shrek Academy's group is quite strong, and they also have Yu Tianong, a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. How could the teachers in charge of admissions at Blue Tyrant Academy dare to turn them away? After wandering for many days, Shrek Academy finally settled in Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong was also very generous, directly transferring the management of the academy to Flander, and even more generously deciding to rename Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy. However, this decision was not wise. In the original timeline, Shrek Academy hadn't suffered any reputational damage, so changing its name was no big deal. People would just find it a bit awkward to pronounce. But now, Shrek Academy's embarrassing incident at the Heaven Do Royal Academy is spreading throughout Heaven Do City at an alarming rate. Changing its name to Shrek Academy now would surely incur serious wrath, wouldn't it? Of course, Flander was unaware of all this, and no one at Shrek Academy was aware of it. Late at night, Shrek and his group checked into the dormitory at Blue Tyrant Academy. At the same time, a dark figure arrived at the academy. Damn the Heavenly Do Empire. There are practically no treasures in the secret realm, yet they still dared to take half of the spoils. They're truly despicable. Yu Luomian was in a terrible mood. If it weren't for his previous recklessness, which resulted in the sect losing a piece of its inherited soul bone, he wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. Fortunately, there were no high-value treasures in that secret realm. Not only did the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan find nothing, but the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and many other forces also failed to find anything. Upon returning to the sect, Yu Luomian was at least spared from being held accountable, thus safely escaping this ordeal. Qin Yuan seems to have broken through again. Damn it, why does the heavens always favor an ordinary person and not me? Yu Luomian cursed inwardly. He had just returned, but the first thing he learned was that Qin Yuan had broken through, which was really hard to accept. However, compared to dealing with Qin Yuan, Yu Luomian has more important things to do now. According to his soul power perception, Yu Tianeng was at Blue Tyrant Academy. Not only that, but that annoying Yu Shaogang was also there. Based on the information obtained earlier, Yu Luomian could easily guess that Shrek Academy was preparing to merge into Blue Tyrant Academy. Yu Tianeng, we told you to join Thunder Academy, but you insisted on going to Heaven Do Royal Academy. Now look what's happened. How could that old bastard Meng Xunji offend Douluo for your sake? You really asked for trouble. If the hardships of the past were all trials, then Yu Luomian was very satisfied with the gains this time. Meng Xunji expelled Yu Tianeng from the Tiando Royal Academy, citing reasons such as being unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has always valued the character of its members. Regardless of whether Meng Xunji's words are true or not, once the news spreads, the clan members will inevitably conclude that Yu Tianeng has character flaws. At that point, there will be no need for a competition. Yu Tianxin will automatically win the competition for the position of young sect leader. Although Yu Luomian is an elder in the family, his style of doing things is completely devoid of composure. He went to Yu Tianeng's dormitory immediately. Blue Tyrant Academy is large in scale. Although it enrolls commoners, how many commoners can afford the tuition fees of a high-level Soul Master Academy? As a result, the academy does not have many students, and the dormitories are not full. After the Shrek Academy group arrived, they were all assigned to separate dormitories. Yu Tianeng's facial injuries had not yet healed, and he was sitting in front of the mirror, applying medicine to himself. Suddenly, a gust of evening wind blew by, and the air seemed to carry a faint electrical charge. Yu Tianeng's pupils contracted sharply, and he turned around abruptly, assuming a wary stance. Who is it? Look at you, you're a disgrace to the family. A mocking voice rang out. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, walked to the light, and the flickering fireplace fire barely illuminated the person's face, the figure swaying with the firelight. Second, grandfather. Yu Tianeng hurriedly bowed, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, his rivalry with Yu Tianxin led to a rift between his lineage and Yu Luomian's lineage. Although Yu Yuanjun is the leader of Yu Tianeng's lineage, he is, after all, the sect leader. In order to unite the various forces within the family, Yu Yuanjun cannot take the lead in the competition for the position of young sect leader. Without Yu Yuanjun's protection, how could Yu Tianeng's lineage compare to Yu Luomian's lineage? During the day, Yu Tianeng had just been humiliated by the Tiando Royal Academy, so Yu Luomian's arrival at this time was definitely not a good thing. As expected, Yu Luomian's next words confirmed Yu Tianeng's conjecture. Tianeng, you are one of the most outstanding disciples of the family in this generation, and you are known as the Blue Point Twin Stars along with Tianxin. In the past few years, Tianxin has worked diligently at Thunder Academy. Although the strength of the Thunder team is not as dazzling as that of the Royal Fighting Team, it can still achieve good results in the Soul Master competition. Back then, when I brought you to Thunder Academy as the vice captain, you always thought I was trying to harm you. Judging from today's outcome, I was right. You joined the Royal Fighting Team, but not only did you fail to become the core of the team, you were also kicked out in an extremely humiliating way. This has truly disappointed me in the sect. Yu Tianeng knew this was Yu Luomian's opportunistic revenge, but he had no room to refute it. What Yu Luomian said was true, and Yu Tianeng himself hadn't expected that the Heavenly Do Royal Academy would be so ungrateful as to kick him out. What's done is done, and there's no point in saying anything now. In order to maintain his competitiveness, he can only endure Yu Luomian's sarcasm. However, Yu Luomian would not give up so easily. Under Yu Luomian's coercion and enticement, Yu Tianong reluctantly wrote a letter of self-criticism. It is foreseeable that once he returns to the sect, Yu Luomian will definitely use this as an opportunity to write extensively about it and promote Yu Tianxin to the position of leader. Yu Tianong had no solution, so he wrote another letter back to his family, trying to find a way out of the predicament. At the same time, he also approached Yu Shaogang to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 207 Winning over Feng Xiaotian. There have been no major events in Tiando City recently. After returning, Qin Yuan ignored those commissioned tasks that wouldn't be recognized by the system, or those that were only 1 or 2 stars. As per his previous plan, having decided to take Lei Meng as his apprentice, he naturally had to fulfill his responsibilities as a teacher. Now, Lei Meng has become the team leader and teacher of the royal fighting team. In order to teach Lei Meng, Qin Yuan simply went to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Of course, he had other purposes for this trip. If it were just about teaching Lei Meng, he could have easily brought the other man to his residence. The Heaven Dou Royal Academy wasn't far from his courtyard, and with Lei Meng's strength, the round trip wouldn't take much time. Qin Yuan's main purpose for this trip was to use Ning Rongrong and others to try to trigger a higher level mission in order to obtain better rewards. Helping others evolve their martial souls falls entirely within the scope of a 5-star mission, and Qin Yuan possesses various immortal herbs, so such a mission would not be difficult for him to complete. Royal Fighting Team 2 Training Ground. Lei Meng is the team leader for both Royal Fighting Team 1 and Royal Fighting Team 2. However, compared to Team 1, Team 2 is not yet fully staffed and is currently only assigned to independent training with few team subjects and relatively easy training tasks. Training had just ended when Ning Rongrong, unsurprisingly, went to find Qin Yuan after learning that he had come to the academy. Qin Yuan arrived at the academy and chatted with the 3 education committee members for a long time. The 3 education committee members were also quite tactful, knowing that he did not want to join the academy, so they did not try to recruit him, but casually chatted about interesting things on the continent and exchanged cultivation experiences. Seeing Qin Yuan walk out of the education committee with a lazy expression, Ning Rongrong quickly approached him and pulled him into a meeting room. Yan and Yaozi arrived upon hearing the news, their request being the same as Ning Rongrong's. Brother Qin, look, our Royal Fighting Team 2 isn't even full yet. Why don't you find us some teammates? Ning Rongrong blinked, looking very expectant. Not only her, but Yan and Yaozi were also looking forward to it. However, they didn't mention Feng Xiaotian to him immediately. Given Qin Yuan's status and insight, if there were better candidates, they wouldn't need to be fixated on Feng Xiaotian alone. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. Where am I supposed to find people for you? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has countless talented disciples, and Sect Master Ning also has the idea of having the sect's disciples make their debut in the Soul Master competition. Why don't you go to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to find teammates? Ning Rongrong crossed her arms, pouted, and complained, I don't want those guys from the sect. They're all a bunch of sycophants. It wasn't that they were deliberately flattering her, but rather that Ning Fengji had already decided that Ning Rongrong would be the next successor of the sect. Those of Ning Rongrong's age would all be working for her in the future. Ingratiating themselves with Ning Rongrong now would bring many benefits in the future. Even if those geniuses are unwilling to curry favor, their parents will force them to do so. This is the reality, and it won't change just because Ning Rongrong dislikes her. Qin Yuan saw through Ning Rongrong's thoughts but wasn't annoyed. Instead, he made a connection. Shui Binger from Tianshui Academy is quite good, her ice control abilities are superb. With her joining us. Before Qin Yuan could continue, Yaozi interjected, Professor Qin, you are a master of theory, surely you know about the mutual restraint of ice and fire. Shui Binger and I are both control-type soul masters. If we both go on the field at the same time, my crimson flame thorns will be interfered with by her icy soul power, and she will be interfered with by my flame soul power. Moreover, having 2 control-type soul masters on the field already makes the personnel configuration redundant. Even a balanced team shouldn't be arranged like this, right? Qin Yuan understood Yaozi's concerns, though he had only mentioned it casually. If Shui Binger is willing to join the Royal Fighting Team 2, it's not impossible to build a lineup around the 2 of you. With one being cold and the other hot, the tactics can be more flexible on the final stage, and it can also put a lot of pressure on the opponents. Changing the subject, Qin Yuan suddenly smiled and said, however, these ideas are a bit unrealistic. Shui Binger is the star student of Tianshui Academy, so it won't be easy to lure her away. However, among the other elemental academies, it would be much easier to lure Feng Xiaotian away. Feng Xiaotian's self-created soul skill, though different in approach, leads to the same outcome as Qin Yuan's 81 consecutive battles. Using the perfected self-created soul skill as bait, he's confident Feng Xiaotian will take the bait. Teacher Qin, you also think Feng Xiaotian is good? Yao Zi asked with a delighted expression. Qin Yuan brought it up himself, saving them the trouble of hinting. Qin Yuan sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. Do you think I can't see what you're thinking? The wind fuels the fire, and the fire is fueled by the wind. This is the most mature combination of soul masters on the continent. Moreover, Feng Xiaotian is also a talented person. In addition, he has served as the captain for a long time and has experience in the Soul Master competition. Bringing him over can help you manage and build the team. There was something else Qin Yuan didn't say. His bargaining chips were only enough to win over Feng Xiaotian. Winning over Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang was certainly feasible, but the effect of these siblings overlapped with that of Yao Zi and Ai Yan. Furthermore, if Qin Yuan wanted to win over the brother and sister, he would probably have to take them as his disciples. Qin Yuan was one of the best fire attribute soul masters. Even without saying a word, just a slight hint would be enough for the Huo family to send the brother and sister over. But Qin Yuan is not one of those irresponsible teachers. Once he takes on a disciple, he must concentrate on teaching him. He also needs to cultivate himself, so where would he find so much free time to teach his disciples? Blue Tyrant Academy Conference Room. The arrival of Flander and Yu Xiaogang led Lu Erlong to decide to resign from her position as dean. Today's meeting is to discuss Flander taking over as dean and subsequent personnel changes. As for objections, Lu Erlong has a fiery temper and is always the one who has the final say in the academy. Who dares to mess with her? When she announced that Flander would succeed her as dean, the teachers present at the meeting unanimously agreed with her. Thus, Flander officially assumed the position of Dean of Blueboa Academy in Law and Procedure. As the new dean, and having brought the original Shrek Academy team with him, he naturally had to rebuild the academy's management team. However, Flander understood some things. When Zhao Wuji and others were in the academy, they never participated in the academy's practical management. Forcibly promoting them to important positions often backfired. Blue Tyrant Academy is not Shrek Academy. It is a large, complete academy with complicated internal management. As outsiders who have just arrived at the academy, how would they know the specific situation of the academy? As for Lu Erlong, well, she never participates in the management of the academy, so naturally she has no way to offer any advice. Alright then, the positions of all the faculty members will remain unchanged for now. Now that I'm here, I'll manage the academy well. In the future, any faculty member who contributes to the academy will be eligible for promotion. I will add some departments to the college, headed by teachers such as Li Yusong. In addition, I nominate Zhao Wuji as the vice dean of this college. Zhao Wuji stood up in response. Although he wasn't tall, his bulging muscles and his level 76 soul saint cultivation quickly commanded respect. Chapter 208. The name change caused trouble. Among the teachers, the strongest was only a soul emperor, and most of them were only soul masters, so naturally they dared not have any objections. The so-called departments that Flanders added were actually nominal positions, intended to familiarize his old buddies with academy affairs while also giving them a chance to retire. Of course, no one dared to voice any objections. As long as their positions are not abolished and their income is not reduced, the teachers don't care about the interpersonal relationships of the college's higher-ups. Next, Flander decided that the Shrek 7 Devils would be the main lineup for the academy in the Soul Master competition. Lu Erlong had already confirmed this beforehand. In addition, the academy had indeed not had any good prospects in recent years. Although the teachers had some complaints, they were generally in favor of the Shrek 7 Devils after learning about their strength. However, Flanders' subsequent words displeased the teachers. Regarding the renaming of the academy, I discussed it with Dean Lu Erlong yesterday. From today onwards, Blue Tyrant Academy will be officially renamed Shrek Academy. Flander looked at the teachers with a smile. Teachers, feel free to raise any opinions on the spot. We are all working together to build the academy, so please don't be shy. What was supposed to be a mere formality turned into a strong reaction from the teachers. It's like pouring water into a pot of boiling oil, causing it to boil instantly. No, Lanba Academy is the Academy's flagship institution, and all our previous advertisements were under the name of Lanba Academy. Changing the name now would require us to increase our advertising investment for next year's enrollment, and we would also have to send people to explain the name change. As a result, the Academy's advertising costs will inevitably remain high. The elderly dean of students sternly refused, because the college admits students from ordinary families, the income we can earn from tuition fees is very limited. If we cannot cover the cost of publicity, the college's expenses will have to be halved next year. Nobles have their pride. They are unwilling to associate with a bunch of peasants. Why do established academies like Kamikaze and Blazing Fire only recruit the sons of nobles and gentry? It's all because the aristocracy is rich. It does not accept commoners, but creates a good learning and training environment specifically for the children of nobles. Every year, it can earn a lot of revenue for the academy thanks to these noble students. It's important to understand that, apart from the academies of the two great empires and the Spirit Hall, it's no easy feat for other academies on the continent to have been established for many years and become long-established institutions. The Feng Shui Fire 3 Elements Academy has stood the test of time for many years, which is naturally due to its mature business model. Blue Tyrant Academy is already short of funds and relies heavily on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family for funding. If it changes its name and severs its ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, wouldn't the teachers starve? There's one more thing that the teachers present tacitly didn't mention. Because of yesterday's events, negative news about Shrek Academy has spread throughout Tiando City. Shrek Academy is currently embroiled in controversy, and changing its name would have unimaginable consequences. It's possible that the few noble students within the academy, concerned about the impact the academy would have on their families, might be forced to drop out. What do you all mean? Lu Erlong angrily expressed his dissatisfaction. Given her personality, she has no interest in managing academy affairs. Her willingness to appear today is merely to support Flander. She's still here, and her teachers already dare to disregard Flander's authority. What will happen in a few days? The elderly dean of students earnestly advised, "Dean, you don't pay attention to outside information, and there are some things you may not know. I think you should go for a walk around the city first before discussing the name change." These words were quite tactful. Flanders was, after all, their future leader, so naturally no one dared to speak frankly and offend someone for no reason. Lu Erlong has never been a calm and composed person. The words of the head of the teaching department, when they reached her ears, became a typical rhetoric for forcing her to resign. She slammed her right hand heavily on the conference table, which was made of ordinary wood. Lu Erlong's strength was considerable, and the table immediately crumbled, scattering teacups and notebooks all over the floor. In an instant, the meeting room fell silent. All the teachers held their breath, afraid of being targeted by Lu Erlong. From this moment forward, Blue Tyrant Academy will be renamed Shrek Academy. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Lu Erlong's voice was loud and deafening. Seeing that she was in a fit of anger, the teachers dared not object and had no choice but to agree. Flander felt that Lu Erlong's way of doing things was inappropriate, but since he was living under someone else's roof, he couldn't undermine her. The meeting concluded, and all the issues raised by Flander were adopted. After the meeting, many teachers gathered in the dean's office. "Director Lu, if the college changes its name, and there are any negative consequences, it will leave a stain on our resumes. If we want to switch to other colleges in the future, we may be subject to a reduction in our salary," a teacher said worriedly. Most of the teachers at Blue Tyrant Academy are Soul Masters, which also reflects the overall age of the teaching staff. No matter what, Blue Tyrant Academy is a high-level Soul Master Academy. For Soul Masters who want to become teachers, teaching here is undoubtedly the best stepping stone. But now, the college administration wants to overturn the table. How can they accept that? You must understand that once their reputation is ruined, and they don't have enough strength to protect themselves, where will they find refuge on the continent in the future? Director Lu sighed. Dean Lu never listens to advice. In the past, when the college was stable, we were able to maintain the status quo. Now, the new dean has a close relationship with Dean Lu, and Dean Lu has spoken out in public, so our advice is useless. Those 7 kids from Shrek Academy are quite strong, but unfortunately, the leadership won't allow us to get involved. Here at Blue Tyrant Academy, we've become outsiders. As one of the founding members of the college, Director Lu couldn't help but feel a sense of shared sorrow. Suddenly, a teacher spoke up. Why don't we join the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Some time ago, the Heaven Do Royal Academy team had a falling out with the team leader, and a number of teachers were punished afterwards. Now there are vacancies. Our joining would be a win-win situation. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy kept Qin Ming's matter well hidden, and few outsiders knew about it. Before Qin Ming's accident, he held an extraordinary position in the academy, with many teachers secretly currying favor with him and doing things for him. With Qin Ming's downfall, these teachers who were disloyal to the academy were also purged. However, the school spirit and discipline of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy are very poor. After you go there, you will basically be a servant to those noble children. As a teacher, I have a certain amount of pride. How could I possibly bow down for a little extra salary? Director Lu suddenly remembered something, stood up, and a glint of gold flashed in his eyes. There are some things you may not know. In the near future, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy will definitely rectify its school spirit and discipline. In the last Soul Master competition, they almost won the championship. In this competition, the royal family has invested a huge amount of money early on, naturally in order to compete for the championship. Chapter 209 A City Within a City. Director Lu faced the crowd and said with a relaxed expression, "Not long ago, I heard from a teacher at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy that the spot for the Royal Do second team was taken by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In other words, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy will assemble 2 exceptionally strong teams for this competition. The royal family is naturally pleased with this situation. Do you think the academy will tighten discipline for the sake of these 2 teams?" The teachers looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The corruption at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy stemmed from the royal family's declining control over power. During Emperor Shui Yi's reign, he tightened control over titles, and apart from Grand Duke Lei Zhen, the empire had not granted any titles to anyone else in recent years. With the increased difficulty of inheriting titles and the rise of Crown Prince Shui Qing, the royal family's control over the empire has gradually increased. In the past, the royal family couldn't spare the energy to manage the academy, but now, with the addition of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, reforming the academy's bad habits should soon be on the agenda. Of course, these speculations alone are not enough to reassure the teachers about the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Director Lu smiled mysteriously, looked out the window, and said with a hearty laugh, "Guess who the new team leader of the royal fighting team is?" The teachers looked at each other, as they had not paid attention to this matter. Director Lu spoke, his tone high. "It's Lei Meng, the eldest son of Grand Duke Lei Zhen. Because of Grand Duke Lei Zhen's promotion, in order to completely win over the Lei family, the empire directly transferred the original ducal title to Lei Meng. Duke Lei Meng has not been involved in the court. Now, as a duke, he serves as a team leader and teacher at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Do you think that even if the royal family does not improve the academy's atmosphere, what would a young duke, a prodigy in the Soul Master world, think when he sees those noble offspring willingly degenerating? Although it doesn't involve the imperial court, a duke's influence is considerable. As long as Duke Lei Meng proposes reforms, the 3 members of the academy's teaching committee will naturally deal with it immediately. Don't forget, Lei Meng isn't fighting alone, his teacher is the renowned Mr. Qin, a figure even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must treat with caution. Therefore, joining the Heaven Do Royal Academy is undoubtedly the best choice for us. However, there is one thing we need to be careful about. Dean Lu is currently in a fit of anger, and the new dean has only just taken control of the academy. If we resign en masse, it will inevitably be suspected of coupling. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan behind us will most likely not let us off the hook. If Dean Lu gets angry, we might not be able to leave Blue Tyrant Academy. In my opinion, I should represent the academy and go to communicate with the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Once everything is settled, we will all switch aboard. At that time, we will be teachers of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even if Dean Lu is angry, he will not dare to offend the royal family. The teachers gave a thumbs up. Let's do it the way Director Lu suggested. We'll first compile a list, and then each person will write a resume for Director Lu to take with him. It's not that Director Lu is disloyal to Blue Tyrant Academy, but rather that Blue Tyrant Academy is about to become a thing of the past. As one of the founding members of the Academy, Director Lu wanted the Academy to get back on track more than anyone else. Unfortunately, he was powerless to do anything about it, even though he knew the Academy was about to make a grave mistake. He had to think about his future. Joining the Heaven Do Royal Academy wouldn't guarantee him a director position, but as a senior teacher, his salary wouldn't be too bad. If the Academy's atmosphere changes, everything he's doing will be incredibly meaningful. The troubles behind the renaming of Blue Tyrant Academy did not surface immediately. After all, it takes time to customize the Academy's new signboard, and it also takes time for the situation to develop. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan didn't rest. He went to Elemental City immediately. This Elemental City is located within Heavenly Do City, making it a city within a city. And the people in charge of Elemental City are the three major families behind the Feng Shui Fire Elemental Academy. In fact, Elemental City was originally established by the three families of Feng, Shui, and Huo. This city already existed at the very beginning of the Heaven Do Empire. The ancestors of the Feng Shui and Huo families had made great contributions to the empire and were therefore granted the fiefdom of this city. When Tiando City was first established, it was less than 1/10 the size it is today. At that time, Element City was a satellite city of Tiando City, protecting the safety of the capital. As Tiando City expanded, it eventually encompassed Elemental City. Due to the vast passage of time, the descendants of the Feng, Shui, and Huo families had long since left the imperial court, and even the original hereditary titles had disappeared. However, the Tiando royal family never reclaimed the bestowed land deeds. This city within a city had always been the private property of the Feng, Shui, and Huo families. It's considered a unique feature of Tiando City. However, in recent years, Element City seems to have encountered trouble. First, Thunder Academy made a strong entry into the city. Because of the strength of the sect behind it, and because the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan did not seize any additional land, the three families of Feng, Shui, and Huo gradually recognized Thunder Academy and renamed it the Four Elements Academy. In recent years, the Elephant Armor sect has also set its sights on Elemental City, not only establishing the Elephant Armor Academy within the city but also seizing most of its land. Unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, the Elephant Armor sect is quite tyrannical, even going so far as to seize power and suppress the Feng, Shui, and Huo families. The Elephant Armor sect's actions greatly displeased the Feng Shui and Huo families. Therefore, the name, Five Elements Academy, was not officially recognized by the three families. Only a few forces with good relations with the Elephant Armor sect would refer to the Elephant Armor Academy alongside other elemental academies. Upon entering the territory of Elemental City, Qin Yuan clearly sensed a problem. Compared to the bustling streets of Tiando City, the streets here are very deserted, and there are not even any vendors selling groceries. The pedestrians walked quickly, as if every second they lingered increased the danger. The entire city is on edge. The Elephant Armor sect has quite the ambition. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In fact, by simply looking at the actions of the Xiongji sect, one cannot understand the deeper purpose behind them. Elemental City is a city within a city of Heaven Do City. Even if we occupy this city, it won't make a difference. It's too close to the central government of the Heaven Do Empire, and the Elephant Armor sect will inevitably be watched closely by the Heaven Do royal family, making it difficult for them to act. In addition, Emperor Shui Yi's recent national policies have made him eager for someone to purge the old nobles for him. Therefore, the Heavenly Do royal family tacitly allowed all of this to happen. If we consider the development of the original timeline, it's not difficult to understand. The Elephant Armor sect had long since secretly pledged allegiance to Bibi Dong, and all its actions were directed by her. Don't forget, the Spirit Hall's plans have always revolved around the Heaven Do Empire's court. Once Emperor Shui Yi falls critically ill and Crown Prince Shui Qing takes power, the Elephant Armor sect, which occupies Elemental City, will become a thorn in the side of the Heaven Do Empire. In the original timeline, the Spirit Hall was able to quietly mobilize a large number of people to launch an attack on the 7 treasure-glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Although Shui Qinghei's leniency was indispensable, Elemental City also played a crucial role in the process. Chapter 210 The Overbearing Elephant Armor Sect. If the Spirit Hall's plan is not to be implemented smoothly, Elemental City is the first battlefield in this game. The development of the Elephant Armor Sect must be curbed in order to delay the Spirit Hall's subsequent plans. Qin Yuan would not oppose the idea of unifying the mainland, on the contrary, he would strongly support it. However, the person in charge cannot be a madwoman like Bibi Dong, he must be a normal person with ideals. Within the massive machine of the Spirit Hall, the Pope enjoys an extremely high status, even wielding immense power. Under the leadership of a competent Pope, the Spirit Hall's future will rapidly develop in the right direction. However, if the Pope himself goes down the wrong path, the entire Spirit Hall will also run wild along that path, like a runaway horse, out of control. The Feng Shui Fire 3 Elements Academy is located in the most prosperous area of Element City. Given the Elephant Armor Sect's unbridled behavior, their journey to the Divine Wind Academy is destined to be anything but peaceful. Before long, Qin Yuan noticed 2 groups of people facing off on the street ahead. One group consisted of young talents in school uniforms, while the other group comprised seasoned veterans of the Soul Master world. Don't you little brats know how to respect the strong? Didn't your academy teach you that? The burly man at the head of the group, with 2 swords at his waist, stood tall and made no attempt to hide his intention to cause trouble. The young people quickly formed a battle formation and activated their martial souls. The strongest among them was only a low-level soul master. You're nothing but lackeys of the Elephant Armor Sect. You talk such high and mighty words, but aren't you just looking for trouble? Several young people, some from Shenfang Academy and others from Shuo Academy. The 2 academies are sister academies, and although there were some frictions during the Soul Master competition, they are generally on good terms. Hu Yanjun of the Elephant Armor Sect possessed the cultivation of a peak soul Douluo, while the heads of the Feng, Shui, and Huo families were only mid to low-level soul Douluos. Aside from powerful individuals like Qin Yuan who possess extraordinary opportunities, for other strong individuals, soul power level is an insurmountable chasm. Unless there is an absolute elemental advantage, at the Soul Douluo stage, a difference of even 1 level in soul power will inevitably lead to a decisive outcome in battle. There's a reason why the Xiangjia school can suppress the Feng Shui and Huo schools in all aspects. Qin Yuan came here intending to enter Shenfang Academy, and since he saw a student from Shenfang Academy, he decided to save him as well. Haha, just a bunch of soul venerables and great soul masters. I, your master, am a powerful soul king. The rough man rubbed his fists, a slight smile playing on his lips, as 5 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, appeared. The oppressive aura of a soul king made it difficult for the young men to breathe. The men behind the burly man, all looking fierce and menacing, stepped forward, intending to teach the group of students a lesson. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. Upon closer inspection, a figure appeared between the 2 groups of people. The man simply stood there, yet his aura was chilling, as if he could kill everyone present with a single thought. Senior, may I ask which senior has graced us with their presence? This is a matter of our own grudge, please do not interfere. The rough-looking man's pupils shrank, sweat involuntarily trickled down his forehead, and his voice trembled slightly. Has no one taught you to respect the strong? The newcomer was Qin Yuan, who asked in return. Before the rough man could answer, he flicked his sleeve, and a surge of powerful soul energy erupted, knocking the group of guys to the ground. The rough around the edges men were seasoned veterans. Seeing that Qin Yuan made no further moves, they were all relieved and quickly bowed and fled the scene. Seeing that the crisis was over, the young men breathed a sigh of relief, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you so much for your help, senior. We are extremely grateful." Qin Yuan waved his hand, interrupting them, and said, "I have some business to attend to at Shenfang Academy. Gentlemen, will you lead the way?" The young people looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. He's probably a friend of the dean or a high-ranking member of the academy, the only soul master in the group thought to himself. Immediately, he took the lead and guided Qin Yuan. Along the way, Through the young people's accounts, Qin Yuan roughly understood the situation of Element City. Before the arrival of the Elephant Armor sect, Elemental City was thriving, its commercial prosperity rivaling that of Heavenly Do City. But all of this vanished with the arrival of the Elephant Armor sect. The Elephant Armor sect adopted a gradual, insidious approach, slowly eroding the power of the Feng, Shui, and Huo families. 3 years ago, the Elephant Armor sect completely broke with tradition, running rampant in the city, and the merchants had long since fled. Upon arriving at Shenfeng Academy, Qin Yuan was taken to the reception room. Several young students went to the academic affairs office to explain the situation, and Feng Xiao eventually came to receive them. Reception room. Feng Xiao arrived without delay. Noticing the newcomer's face, Feng Xiao suddenly smiled and said warmly, "Mr. Qin's presence is an honor to Shenfeng Academy. I never expected to have the opportunity to see you again today after we parted ways on the field years ago." In the previous Soul Master competition, Feng Xiao was one of the team leaders of Shenfeng Academy, so the two sides had naturally met. Moreover, Feng Xiao was the number 1, second-generation disciple of the Feng family, the future heir of the family, and also Feng Xiaotian's father. After they were both seated, Feng Xiao poured Qin Yuan a cup of tea. "I heard from those kids." Qin Yuan didn't take credit, and smiled calmly, "It was just a small favor. I didn't come here simply to catch up with Director Feng. My good-for-nothing disciple has become the team leader of the Royal Fighting Team. Director Feng should know that the royal family attaches great importance to this year's Royal Fighting Team, and my disciple is under a lot of pressure. However, he has no experience in leading a team and did not start as an ordinary teacher. I've only led training sessions, other miscellaneous matters are handled by other teachers. I'm not familiar with the process of managing a team, so I came to Three Elements Academy to learn from their experience. I didn't expect to run into students from your academy." Feng Xiao wasn't a fool, he guessed that Qin Yuan had other motives. The Royal Fighting Team 1 is already established and unlikely to change much. However, the Royal Fighting Team 2 is just starting out. Therefore, Feng Xiao guessed that Qin Yuan's visit to learn from them was a pretense. His real purpose was to poach talent from the team. It's perfectly normal for Qin Yuan to be close to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and to try to recruit talent for them. Furthermore, he couldn't fathom why Qin Yuan had come to Shenfeng Academy. However, Qin Yuan's status is extraordinary, and the Feng family cannot afford to offend him. On the contrary, the Feng family needs to win over such a powerful figure. Since Qin Yuan is willing to accept commissions from different forces, it is unknown whether the other party is willing to accept their commissions and get involved in their struggle with the Elephant Armor sect. Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest of our institute, so this request is naturally no problem. With that, Feng Xiao stood up and gestured for him to follow. Xiaotian and the others are training. Please come with me, sir. I will try my best to explain to you in detail some of the trivial matters of team management. Even though he guessed Qin Yuan's true purpose, Feng Xiao still pretended to be stupid. In a sense, this is the true wisdom of high-level social interaction, neither exposing the other person's true intentions nor compromising their dignity. Qin Yuan replied with a smile, "I'd also like to take a look at the spirit of your team members." Of course, Feng Xiao agreed.